via Zoom. Via Zoom, consistent with the governor's order suspending certain provisions of open meeting law, the public may not physically attend this meeting, but every effort will be made to allow the public to view and or listen to the meeting in real time. Persons who wish to do so are invited to click the following link. If you do not have a camera or microphone on your computer, you may use the following dial-in number, 1-301-715-8592, meeting ID 856-2048-0455, passcode 013196. Please use dial-in or computer and not both, as audio feedback will distort the meeting. This meeting will be audio and video recorded. 1, continued hearings. 2, 21-47 Adams Johnston, application for a variance under Article 10, Section 190-66 of the Wakefield zoning bylaw to allow the construction of a deck. The property is shown as map 4, lot parcels 26 on the assessor's map and is located at 21 Shumway Circle. 3, 21-48 Andrew J. Kieran and Kara A. Kieran, application for determination and or finding with respect to a continuation and extension of non-conforming uses under Article 9, Section 190-50 of the Wakefield zoning bylaw, allowing the construction of an addition onto the existing dwelling. The property is shown as map 37, lot parcels K34A of the assessor's map and is located at 30 Keeling Road. 4, 21-49 Arthur A. Prusalis, application for a determination and or finding with respect to a continuation and extension of non-conforming uses under Article 9, Section 190-50 of the Wakefield zoning bylaw, allowing an attached garage / accessory structure to be located in the rear yard closer than 7.5 feet to the side yard. The property is shown as map 16, lot parcels 128 and 128C of the assessor's map and is located at 34 Salem Street, Court of Appeals.
Thank you, Gail. Amy,
I'm
sorry.
Amy.
Yeah. Okay, just a few reminders again for anyone who might be new or just good reminders. The chat feature in these Zoom meetings is now disabled. So again, all discussion will take place in the meeting room itself. There'll be no sidebar chats. We ask everyone to please share their video and their name. That should be doable even if you're on a phone, on a mobile phone. You should be able to edit your name, and at least so we know who's here. And video whenever possible, as we would see you in the meeting room at Town Hall if we were having it that way. So we encourage that so we can see your smiling faces. The applicant will present their testimony. We ask everyone else to remain on mute until the public participation part, and I'll call on you. You can raise your hand in the Zoom meeting. Applicants who are here tonight, we ask you to please be prepared to share your screens and the materials and plans that you are going to present to us, perhaps as part of your application, or in the case of continued hearings, some updates that we've received from them. And again, all votes will be by roll call. And again, anyone wishing to speak during the public participation, please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting, and I will call on you in the order that I see them. So with that, we have one of our hearings this evening. We've received a request to continue it, so we'll take that up first in case anyone is here for that. From Attorney Brian McGrail, dated April 14, 2021, regarding Elite Metal Framing and Construction, Inc., 611 Salem Street, Wakefield, Mass., case number 21-38, requesting that we continue this matter until our May 26, 2021 meeting. And we've spoken to the building inspector. We're still in the process of filing related applications with the Board of Appeals in an effort to resolve the appeal. And they'll extend the time that we can render a decision, likewise to July 30th, 2021. So the chair will entertain a motion to continue that one to May 26th.
So moved.
Oh,
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, so all in favor, Chip?
yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, so if anyone's here for 611 Salem Street, we'll next hear that May 26th. All right, on to our next hearing. First continued hearing of the evening 21-37 Crescent Commons Development LLC at 44, 46, and 48 Crescent Street. And we
Good
expect
evening, Mr. Chairman.
this evening. So welcome, Chief Sullivan, Chief Scory. Where is Chief Scory? There he is. Hey, gentlemen, thank you for joining.
Thank you.
And Brian,
I'm here.
the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Chief Scory, Chief Sullivan. For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail representing the applicant, Crescent Commons Development LLC. With me tonight, I know is Joe and Steve Pacelli, who are the principal. Well, Joe is the principal, and Steve is the manager of the LLC. Also, Peter Sandors is with us. He's our architect. Rick Salvo had a conflict. He's going to join us as soon as he can, but I think we can move along without him. I don't think for purposes of tonight's discussion that he's a necessary party, but he's going to try to join as quick as he can. So just to refresh the board's memory, I think you wanted to hear from your two chiefs tonight regarding this project. We have received the correspondence. I've got a copy of the correspondence that Chief Sullivan had sent the board. I'm prepared to address some of the issues that are raised in that, some of the comments. I also am prepared to give the board a little update on the traffic aspects of this at the appropriate time, because if you remember, our traffic advisory committee had asked for some additional information. So I guess after you hear from the chiefs and we get through that part of them, I'm happy to give you an update on that.
Okay, thank you, Brian. So
They also have, Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt. They also have kind of the, I'll call it, it hasn't been formally submitted. The plan that we've been working on with your subcommittee for architecture. So I have that plan, and that I think is what you share with the chiefs. So whenever you need that, I'm prepared to bring that up on the screen if you think that you need it.
Okay, we probably will. Thank you.
I'll leave that up to you. You let me know when you want that, okay?
Okay. So just for the record, there have been no other subcommittee meetings since the last full hearing here on March 28th.
No.
Okay.
For
24.
I think that was per the direction of the board. I think the board really wanted to hear from the chiefs before we went back to any subcommittee on architecture.
Okay. So board members, hopefully you have a copy of the chief's letter. I can share it. And again, the concerns were around public safety and access to the site for first responders and such. So in particular, of course, the size and scope of the fire engines and apparatus and so forth. So let me pull up that memo. In the meantime, board members, do you have questions for Chief Sullivan or Chief Scory, or do you want to just allow him a couple minutes to kind of reflect on the memo?
That sounds good.
Okay. So Chief Sullivan, if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to call up your memo. If you can just bring everyone up to speed, and again, for members of the public who probably haven't seen this memo. Just opening it up. And I will share.
Dave, it might be good to just kind of give a little background on why we asked Chief Scory and Chief Sullivan here. This is not the norm.
Right. So at our last hearing, well, since we've had a couple hearings on this now, there were concerns around the size and scope of the project. It is a 40B development, which allows the applicant, some relief or leeway with regard to local zoning. But given the initial size, scope, and massing of the project, there were some concerns around that and safety accessing the site by emergency vehicles and so forth. So through some subcommittee meetings, the scope of the project has been scaled back, scaled down, I think 1 story and 11 units from its original plan. And I think that's where we are today. But as we heard at the last meeting, there were still some concerns from board members and members of the public, the abutters, especially around, where we were at that time. So we agreed to ask the Chief Sullivan and Chief Scory to review the updated plan as of that date. So I corresponded with them after the last hearing and just asked them to look at the latest plan at that time and offer any additional comments or concerns, again, specific to what the plan looked like at that time, specific to public safety and accessing the site, et cetera. So as a result of that, Chief Sullivan shared the memo that I'm showing on screen now, as you can see, dated April 5th. And so, yes, as you said, Chip, normally we don't, but if there are specific concerns around a project, sometimes we have the traffic engineers here or representatives from other town committees, boards, or offices to help answer questions and maybe try to address some concerns or share their own. So with that, again, welcome, Chief Sullivan. If you want to offer up your thoughts, maybe summarize some of the key points. I know some of these are sort of standard things that we tend to see in some of your correspondence around building codes and certain aspects to some of these buildings, but specific to this one, I think starts on page 2, right?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Basically, I stand by the letter that I wrote. You're right. A lot of it is pretty routine stuff that I put in, regarding most any large project. I'm very concerned that there doesn't seem to be a provision for visitor parking for a building that size in that neighborhood. I know you guys are all familiar with the neighborhood. It's pretty full with vehicles that are being used by the residents in the area, and I just don't see how we can accommodate the extra parking in the area without causing a lot of congestion. And one point that I hadn't brought up before is that Crescent Street is basically our primary and fastest access to Water Street. And I'm concerned that if we have parking, legal or not legal, on both sides of the street, in addition to having a traffic light that where traffic queues up, that literally they're not going to be able to get out of our way if we're on our way to Water Street, especially if we're going to get onto Water Street and turn left and head east on Water Street. There are other ways to get to Water Street, but that's the fastest way. So I'm just going to stand by the letter that I wrote to say I think I covered my concerns pretty adequately.
You did, and we appreciate that. Just wanted to see if you wanted to offer up any other verbal sort of comments, and that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, can we ask questions, Dave?
Absolutely.
So Chief Chip Tarbell, do you have any concerns? I guess I get the whole traffic and backup. I'm more concerned. Do you have any concerns about fighting a fire that potentially could be in this building, or fighting a fire on any of the houses that are up on Crescent Hill?
Well, I mean, I think access is going to be an issue. Let's just start with the main building that we're talking about. I asked for a fire lane in front of the building because, frankly, other than that short stretch of Crescent Street that fronts the building, we're going to have very limited access to that building. It does help that the building has a complete fire alarm and sprinkle system. That's terrific, but we still need to be able to access the building and get our people and our equipment in, for whatever we might encounter there. Crescent Hill is a very tight street. It's tight now. It's virtually impossible to turn around on Crescent Hill. You're pretty much forced to back fire apparatus out of there. Now, that granted, someone could say that that's true now, but it's not going to get any better if we have a lot of parking that doesn't necessarily have to be accommodated now. So.
Thank you.
And Brian, it might be helpful if you wouldn't mind bringing up the site plan of the latest one that we're referring to, just so visually. Would you be able to do that? Perfect.
I guess the other question I have might be a follow-up to Chief Scory. Chief, there's currently parking only on one side of Crescent Street, and I haven't heard that that's going to change at all or even being discussed to change, because I don't think it should. A number of other places in town have resident-only parking. Do you know what it takes to get that designation? I mean, I know Albion, I remember we did it for the Galvin. What would it take to get that for Crescent Hill?
That would have to go through the traffic advisory committee. And typically what we will look for is a petition of the neighbors on Crescent Street. Look for everybody to be in agreement that they're okay with it. We don't want to just start making people buy resident parking stickers for particular streets. Most of the streets that have the stickers now are right off of Main Street or fairly close to the train stations, and the resident parking stickers were created to prevent commuters from parking on those streets, or say people who are going to businesses downtown from overwhelming their stay, or business owners from using side streets for parking.
Chief Scory, this is Greg McIntosh. So you say that obviously all the neighbors would need to be in agreement, but that seems to be more in a getting rid of commuters and the like. Since this is more of a safety issue, is it something that the TAC could take up or another board could recommend themselves? And I guess part B to that question is, you said, prevent, or you don't want to have neighbors have to buy these stickers if they're not all in agreement. Since again, this is a safety issue, is it a purchase, or could we say, everyone in the area gets one for free?
Well, if you were going to make it free for one street, you'd have to do it for everybody throughout the town. You can't set different parameters for each street.
Even if it's based on safety, not convenience.
Correct. So right now, one side of the street is parking, and that is only from Princess Street down to Lincoln. The rest of Crescent Street is no parking, both sides. You used to be able to park next to Brightview. Due to the width of the roadway, we changed that back to no parking. Where this project is proposed, the east side of the street's no parking, and across the street, there's a parking lot to the rear of Wakefield Tire. There's no on-street parking there. So really, the only people that are parking on the street are the people who live in the multi-families between Princess and Lincoln.
Chief Scory, this is Tom Lucy. Quick question. We saw a letter from the fire chief, and I know your concerns might be different from that of the fire department, but do you have any concerns relative to safety regarding the size and scope of this project?
I do. I just was giving Chief Sullivan a chance to finish, and then I had a number of issues I wanted to bring up. If he's all set, I'll go ahead.
I'm all set, Chief.
Okay, thanks.
I just have one more question for Chief Sullivan.
Yeah.
I know we talked mostly about Crescent Street in this, and you may have started on it, but Crescent Hill, I think, is where I'm not a public safety official, so I don't really have, good viewpoint on this. So from your perspective, with the added, even illegal parking, would you be able to get an apparatus up the street if there is illegal parking on both, even for 15 minutes on to fight a fire in one of the houses at the end of the street?
Yeah, we can get a fire truck in. It's getting it out that's more of an issue. I mean, I can't get many more than one piece of equipment in there. To be honest with you, we would probably stack apparatus up on Crescent Street, and we would hand carry whatever equipment we need in. It's obviously going to be very limited access for aerial ladders and stuff like that. So hopefully we'll be able to get the ladder truck in, pull it in straight, do what we can with it, and then everything else is going to get stacked up on Crescent Street.
So it's hopefully you'd be able to get it in, not a definitely. And then two, obviously having to hand carry stuff in. I guess my question would likely degrade your ability to fight a fire up the street rather than having everything right there for you.
Well, it could cause delay in getting, like ground ladders and so forth in.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, it's a tightly congested area. I mean, but that's what we do. If we can't get, the truck in close enough, then we have to hand carry equipment in. It just kind of.
So I guess my follow-up to that, Chief, is that different if this building was to be built as compared to what is there today?
I would say, well, no, we probably wouldn't be able to get many more than one or two pieces of fire equipment in there, even if it stayed exactly the way it was. The difference, I think, is going to be, and no disrespect intended to any other agency, but there's going to be illegal parking on that street, and that will make it tighter. And that would make a little bit of a difference. We may not be able to get more fire apparatus in, but like I had said before, if we had to bring a hand carry equipment in, it'd just make it a little bit tighter to do that and a little bit more difficult. But yeah, I mean, it's already to answer your question, Chip, it's already a congested street.
Right. So Chief Scory, I guess my question is, have you found, we've built a lot of buildings now and have you found an increase of illegal parking around projects we've done locally? I mean, is that a thing that's happening in town?
A little bit of illegal parking, but an overall increase in parking. What we're seeing now too is people are purchasing condos or renting apartments in some of these projects, and they're not meeting they're exceeding the parking accommodations on site. So for instance, there's a resident above Artichokes that is demanding I'll call it demanding, a resident parking sticker for Yale Ave. Well, the building at Artichokes has a Main Street address. There's off-street parking in the parking garage there with 1 point whatever parking spaces it is per unit. I don't feel that they're entitled to a resident parking sticker if they have a Main Street address. And these projects should be providing enough on-site parking that it doesn't become an issue for residential streets.
Typically, the formula is 1.5 per unit, and that doesn't specify just owners. The theory is that it accommodates the owners and potential guests, right?
Right.
Practice, I think that Mr. Tarbell's question is, we're wondering in practice how much of a problem we're seeing with that overflow. Because each one we approve, I think almost 100%, if not 100%, meet the parking requirement per the bylaw. And we ensure that, right? But it's in practice, when people do have multiple cars or guests, where do they go? And in some parts of town, there might be some opportunities for 2-hour parking. In other parts of town, there may be less of that. And so you might end up with illegal parking. And
so with this project, with most projects, the answer is no. But when I look at this one and I see the number of 3-bedroom units and the number of 2-bedroom units, I think, and I agree with Chief Sullivan's notes, that there isn't enough on-site parking there, and you will have overflow onto the street. I thought Chief Sullivan's comments on that were pretty good, and I have to agree with him.
thank you. Any other questions, board members, for either chief?
If I could, I had some comments about the scope of the project as well.
Sure.
And some of my traffic concerns. So when I look at the existing buildings, 44, 46, and 48 Crescent Street, there's, I believe, 7 units there now. And I went back to 2020, 2019, and 2018 to look at the calls for service. So in 2020, we had 9, 2019, we had 14, and 2018, we had 8. So that's 31 calls over a 3-year period for an average of 10.3 per year. When you factor in the size of this project and the increase in living units, 45 units will generate an expected 66 calls per year for an increase of 56 calls per year for the police. Now, overall, that may not seem like a lot, a little more than one per week. However, when you start to add that up with all the other projects in town, it's a significant increase for the police. We're pretty much maxed out now. We go strong all day long. So when you start adding all these increased calls in there, it really puts a tax on our service, so to speak. So the size of the project does concern me. I know it's been scaled down, but I still feel that it's pretty large for the site, the number of units there. Brian could probably answer some of these questions. To help reduce some of those calls for service, I would ask, what is the developer planning to target harden the site? When I ask that, what I mean is there a plan to prevent package theft? Will there be an area that packages can be delivered where they'll be secured so we're not taking package theft reports? Will the building be have a passkey entry system so that we're not taking trespassing reports? Will the parking area be secure? Will there be closed camera TVs so that we can prevent motor vehicle breaks? And if there are any crimes on site, will we have access to closed circuit television? A lot of our crimes have been solved with CCTV systems. So I asked that every new development in town have a camera system. And what kind of restricted access will there be to the building? As far as traffic's concerned, we're probably looking at traffic being increased sixfold during peak traffic hours. So I'd like to see the traffic study that's being done. How will that affect the intersection of Crescent and Water? Will the timing of the lights need to be changed? What's the intersection currently rated? If the timing of the lights is changed, how does that affect the timing of the lights at Water and Vernon and Water and Main? And how does that affect traffic in the overall area? I'd like to see the traffic study cover all of that. There should be a crosswalk installed in front of this project to go across to Lincoln Street. And as far as parking is concerned, I had some notes, but they all coincide with what Chief Sullivan had already brought up.
Okay, thank you, Chief, for those additional comments. Those are some good points. Any follow-ups, board members, or perhaps we could open up to Brian? You may have some responses to some of these points.
Dave, I just have some concerns. I don't know if you want me to talk about it now or after Brian talks.
I would say go for it now. You have
Okay.
the floor.
I was already concerned with the scope of this building, and now after hearing from both of our chiefs, this is a little bit scary. There's a lot of safety concerns, it sounds like, and I mean, I'm just envisioning like when Greg asked getting a fire truck up to Crescent Hill, and Chief Sullivan is saying that, you know, if they can't make it up the hill, that these guys are going to walk equipment up the hill. I mean, I'm picturing somebody with their house on fire or kids in the house or something happening, and these guys, as fit as they are, walking up the street carrying a hose. I'm concerned about them getting down to Water Street. We know that seconds save lives, and you know, especially with the opioid crisis and these guys getting more and more calls for overdoses and everything, and every second counts. And if they can't get down to Water Street because they can't get out of where they're going, I mean, this is scary. And my concerns they're elevated, I think, now after listening to Chief Sullivan and Chief Scory. So just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Amy.
Mm-hmm.
Any other board member before we give Brian the floor?
I agree, just very disconcerting as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Thank you. Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief Sullivan, Chief Scory. Again, for the record, Attorney Brian McGrail representing the applicant. I just addressing a few things, and I appreciate all the comments. I always appreciate the comments and concerns about both chiefs and the jobs that they do for the town. But I want to stress that, you know, I think Chief Sullivan, his comment on Crescent Hill was based on potentially illegal parking. He made the comment that if there's really not much of a difference from what would happen there today compared to what would happen if this project were built. But the illegal parking is the concern, that people would be, blocking access. I think it's for a project of this nature, we have parking limitations in place, no parking posted. You can't, with all due respect, deny a project based on a hypothetical that somebody's going to break the law that's going to cause a safety problem. The illegal parking will be occurring across the street from the police station. If people are illegal parking, you tag them, they're not going to be there after a couple of nights of doing that. They're going to learn pretty quick that you don't park there or you get a ticket because you can't park there. And then, as far as the overflow for this project, I think the board, understands our zoning bylaw very well. This project is now at the point that it's been trimmed down, that it meets the parking requirements of our zoning bylaw. If you look at the table that is provided for two bedrooms or fewer, you need to have 1.5 spaces. So we have 40 1 or 2 bedrooms. That's a requirement of 60 spaces. And then the 3-bedroom units require 2 parking spaces for a total of 10. So there is this project as it currently has been presented with your subcommittee meets the parking requirements of our bylaw. This is a 40B project. I think, just to have a candid conversation with the board, I think, it's a 40B project that meets the parking requirements of our bylaw. And, I don't think you could hold this project to a higher standard and say, we want this project to have more parking than is required under our bylaw, with all due respect. Chief Sullivan mentioned that, the concern of Crescent Street becoming narrower, resulting from vehicles parking on both sides of the street that could potentially hamper access. I've already really touched on that. You can't park on both sides of the street on Crescent Street. I've driven Crescent Street a number of times over the past 2 weeks. As you come up Crescent Street from Water, go down to Main, and the entire length of Crescent Street on that right-hand side is no parking at any time. So if people are parking there illegally, as I mentioned, it's just an enforcement issue, which, and especially with a project of this nature, the town has to take its share of enforcement for projects of this nature. It can't be that, hey, we can't approve this project because somebody might break a law and park illegally where they shouldn't be parking. As far as, we already talked about, the access to Crescent Hill and the concern as that relates to the illegal parking. One of the things that the board had mentioned at your last meeting was that you wanted to make sure, or have the traffic consultant look at the intersection of Crescent Street and Water Street. So after that meeting, I did a conference with our traffic consultant, and that is part of the traffic report that was submitted. And I asked him to specifically look at the intersection of Crescent and Water Street because it was raised as a concern. So he took a look at the report and he responded to me as follows. He said, the project adds less than 1 second in delay to the Crescent Street, Water Street intersection, with a 0.9 to 1% increase in the peak hour volumes, negligible impact, level of C or better with or without the project. So there's no level of service change at that intersection. I know Chief Scurry had asked what the answer on that was. So I did have that, and that is part of the traffic report. The other thing is, in correct me if I'm wrong, I guess I can ask both chiefs because I think I know the answer, but I'm not going to say it as a fact. Do all of those lights from Crescent Street and Water Street, Vernon Street and Water Street, Shaw's, are those all Opticom systems?
Opticon means that emergency vehicles can change the lights if they have an Opticon device. All those lights are connected. They talk to each other. I believe it's called an Eagle system.
Eagle,
Maybe.
yeah.
I believe that's what it is. So they all talk to each other, and they all adjust themselves according to traffic, I believe. Maybe Chief Sullivan, correct me if I'm wrong on that.
I think the lights are all coordinated with each other. I'm not sure how, if every single set specifically has Opticom, but I do know that they're arranged to sort of be synchronized.
So is Opticom that you could, if you needed to clear an intersection, you can from your vehicle?
Correct. All police vehicles are equipped with Opticon systems.
So I think that can happen at that intersection. Am I wrong with that, or?
I believe you're right.
So
I can
because
I'll double check it
my
tomorrow. Brian.
recollection is when Shaw's Supermarkets was put in, they were responsible, they paid for those lights. And I'm pretty positive, I mean, you would know, I mean, Chief Sullivan, when your trucks go down in that intersection, can they clear that light if they need to turn it green when they've got to get through?
I believe so, Brian. I believe
Okay.
it.
That's what I thought. So, and then as far as, there was a mention of a designated area for ambulance and fire apparatus on Crescent Street in front of the building. There's no parking on Crescent Street on the side of the building now. So nothing's going to change. Now that, I think, based on the comments of our chiefs, I think we have some work to do here. I think, we still need to go back to your traffic advisory board. Chief Scory, Lieutenant Sullivan's looked at this with the TAC, and they've requested more information, crash data, etc. So our consultant is in the process of putting that information together. We'll be submitting that to Lieutenant Sullivan.
Lieutenant Anderson.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Anderson. Thank you, Chief. Sorry about that. So we'll be submitting that to Lieutenant Anderson and the TAC, and I think we'll be back before the TAC. I would assume that this board will refer us back to get that additional information.
So you've already submitted a traffic study to the TAC?
Correct. Yeah, and Matt Keeley, they've already submitted a memo to this board, but in that memo, they cited additional information that they wanted.
Okay.
And we have not provided that yet. It was, I think, some of the stuff was site distances that he wanted. He wanted accident report information at certain intersections. So we're in the process. He wanted crash intersection breakouts at most of the intersections. He wanted site distance locations at most locations that were involved. There was more information. Information on deliveries, which we're working on. You were brought up a point. I think all your points are excellent on the large site, and we'll be prepared to address those. Package theft, entry of the building, security, deliveries. That was one of the things that was discussed. So we owe some information to the TAC, and I think we'll be back before the TAC for kind of another look, if you will, once we're able to get them the information. So, I just felt, I know we have to go back to TAC. We've got to provide more information, but I just wanted to provide my initial comments because, when I hear that, safety concerns because of this project with the parking limitations that are already out there, the testimony that, well, the real concern is that it's because what illegal parking could do for access, the ability of the town to restrict parking in a certain neighborhood if they have concerns over it. So the town can address concerns themselves for a project of this nature. Weighed against the need for affordable housing and the 3-bedroom units, the 3-bedroom units in these projects are required by the state to provide opportunities for families. That's why when you do a 40B, it's not like my client chose to have 3 bedrooms. He's mandated by the regulations to provide a certain number of 3-bedroom units in a project of this nature. So hopefully that information is a little bit helpful on our end. We've heard concerns from both chiefs that we're going to work on to address and get answers. And as I've mentioned, we're going to get the information that the TAC requested and go back before them. And we look forward to continuing this discussion, Mr. Chair, to try to make everybody comfortable with the project.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Mr. Chair, can I just make a couple comments? Just and I won't get fired up like I did last time, I promise.
Okay.
But so this obviously goes to this, to I guess, point A of Brian's, the parking. Taking 40B aside. So first off, I guess we can probably all agree that this is a unique spot. It's more condensed, more busy, whatever we want to say, than most other projects we've done. Not all, but most projects we've done in the area, especially when it comes to parking. Taking 40B aside, and Brian, maybe you disagree, but my take would be the bylaw, the parking bylaw is a minimum, right? We can obviously waive the minimum if we deemed to do so. But on the other hand, if it was, again, taking 40B aside, if we thought for, any safety reasons, whatever, that increased parking was required and it was a special permit, we could require that also, right? So, I mean, in here, now putting back in 40B, just saying, well, it meets the requirement, you're treating it with a different standard, I don't think we are. The standard, yeah, okay, is the 1.5 or whatever the mix is because of the 3. That's more of a calculation than a standard. The standard here, I think, that we're using is the health and safety of the neighborhood. So just saying, you can't treat them, I don't think we are treating things differently. This is a unique area. And I think we need to get comfortable with, and I think we can all agree that there will be an added load on this area, no matter what the parking situation is, because of the size of this. So, I mean, I totally understand what you're saying, Brian. Can't treat it differently on the 1.5, but on the other hand, I don't think we are when you take in the safety aspect. If there was safety concerns elsewhere, we would pay more attention to this aspect also.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Good points. And there have been other projects that have had more than what the bylaw says, for either because the site could accommodate or for other factors. I can't list them off the top of my head, but I know we've done some.
Yeah,
So they haven't always been spot on exactly the number, right? They haven't been less unless there was special circumstances, but by and large, almost 99%, there's at least the required amount, and if not some more.
And the bylaw is a minimum. Obviously, I get that it's 40B, but
yeah. Okay. Any other board members at this time? Okay. This was the main topic for this evening, right? This was the material we're going to cover, and then we'll figure out where we go next. There may be additional subcommittees between now and the next hearing. Maybe traffic will have met, right, Brian, depending on the timing of things. So I don't know about 2 weeks. That might be tight, but we'll agree on sort of next steps where we go from here. But I wonder if this is the main focus, that we open up to public testimony while the chiefs are here. Again, focused on just this information that's been presented while they're here, in case they can help address anything that hasn't already been raised. And then we agree on kind of where we go from here. All right. So with that, I will open up to public testimony. Again, please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting. You'll have an opportunity to make a comment or ask a question relative to the information you've heard this evening. And Katie Gulaga. I am pronouncing that correctly, correct? You have to come off mute.
Katie, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I thought I had unmuted. Yes, that was perfect pronunciation of my last name.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time and attention today to the members of the board. And thank you, Chief Scory and Chief Sullivan, for joining us for this late evening meeting. I just wanted to reiterate, there is a current parking shortage. We consistently do see a vehicle parked behind that no parking sign on the corner of Crescent Hill and Crescent. This creates a blind spot for traffic. It's been an ongoing issue. I know that A neighbor of mine had asked for the sign to be, I guess, replaced so that the wording was a little bit brighter. I have pictures on my phone of numerous occasions of places where residents have parked illegally here. So I just wanted to emphasize that there is a current issue. I'm very concerned, again, the same things that Chief Scory had mentioned about visitor parking, delivery trucks, Amazon vehicles, FedEx vehicles, food delivery, congesting and parking illegally on Crescent Hill. My home is further in Crescent Hill. It's number 9 Crescent Hill. My husband and myself and our 2 young children live here. And I'm concerned if an ambulance comes and a fire engine, if the ambulance is picking up me and one of my kids and the fire engine, the ladder truck has blocked us in and they can't get out because cars are parked illegally on the wrong side of Crescent Hill. What happens if we don't get to the hospital fast enough? I hope that it sounds like the board is taking our concerns seriously. Mr. McGrail, I would encourage you to come to our street to see what it looks like. And, we probably won't see what it looks like with a foot of snow, but the street narrows even more when we do get snow in the winter time. And I'm especially concerned about access and safety for my family as well as my neighbors' families. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sue Mitchell.
Yes, Mark Mitchell, 14 Crescent Hill. Thank you, everybody, for your time tonight, and to the 2 chiefs for joining us as well. I just want to reiterate all of what was said about parking and safety. One of the big things that I heard, I think both of the chiefs had mentioned, was dedicated space in front of the building for emergency vehicles. And I think that's definitely a key to what would need to happen around there. And that goes along with moving trucks. With that many units in there, you have turnovers in apartments, you have the moving truck, people moving in. Really, there's no place that I see on that plan that takes that stuff into consideration. So if we really have to watch that one too. But again, thank everybody for your time, and looks like we're heading the right direction.
Thank you, Mark. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, could I just ask one more question? Because Ms. Kalaga's testimony brought up a good point. Chief Sullivan said that you could only get one fire apparatus in there. How does that take into account, or does that take into account if you realized, oh, we're fighting fire, now we need an ambulance? Can you get both in there, or would now the paramedics have to be rushing from Crescent all the way to the top of Crescent Hill to
Well, I mean, if you have a
access?
fire, if you get a fire and someone's injured during the fire,
Yeah.
It's very unlikely that an ambulance would be able to get very close to the building. So they would, they bring the stretcher up to where they needed it and load the patient and then bring it back down to the ambulance. On a medical aid call, I would say we probably could get an ambulance and an engine in there to do what we had to do. But again, backing up is going to be an issue, especially with the fire apparatus. It's tricky now, and we don't have a 45 unit apartment building adding to the traffic load. I'm a little concerned that there's no provision, or I haven't heard any provision made for visitor parking. I mean, we're not talking about a 4-family, it's 45 units. Someone's going to get a visitor there fairly regularly. And I'm assuming that that's not, required or called for in the zoning rules or regulations. But it's a concern, I don't know where these people I guess if I knew somebody that lived there, I may end up parking down at the public lot at Main and Water, but you know, that's a little bit of a haul if you're elderly or disabled and you need to get into the building. I just, you know, I understand everything that Brian had said about the illegally parked vehicles and so forth, and the fact that there's signage up and everything there, but it doesn't answer the question as to where the visitor parking is going to go. It's going to go someplace, and people are, human nature is human nature. They're going to park wherever they can get away with parking. You know? So just thought I'd throw that in.
Just address that, to answer that question, as long as the chief is here.
Okay.
Well, it's just the fact that our zoning bylaw on the parking space requirements, as you see in the calculations there, 1.5 for 1 and 2 bedrooms and 2 for 3 bedrooms, that factors in visitor parking. So that's what our bylaw says. So that's the answer. So you might not think that's adequate. I'm just telling you, chief, that's what the bylaw requires at this point. That's
Okay,
all.
no, that's
all.
fine.
And you know, and I'm not saying that, you know, yeah, I hear what you're saying. You're probably saying, well, that's not enough, but I'm just telling you what the bylaw, there is no additional provision in the bylaw that requires more than that. That's all.
Okay.
But the board could require, but again, that's a minimum.
Well, with all due respect, I disagree with that. I don't think,
With a 40B, you could if it's a health and safety issue.
I don't think so, but that's for you to decide.
Yep, disagree.
Dave, can I?
Everything on the deficiency on the parking is contemplated that it's based on what the illegal parking is going to cause. This site, the way it's actually laid out, the fact that there's no parking allowed on that street actually is a benefit of an argument for this project. If there was parking that was allowed on this street, then one might say, oh, they're going to overflow the parking. Parking's not happening there now, but this is going to cause parking. But you can't have parking there. So, you know, I don't see how, if it's illegal to park, you can't say, well, this is going to cause a parking problem in that area, and we're not going to be able to get safety vehicles in and out. I mean, I'm comfortable with that position, to be honest with you. I think it's a pretty solid position. The fact that it might cause the municipality more resources, et cetera. I mean, that's you know, the 40B regulations in cases, you know, that doesn't matter for projects like this. You know, that's something that just has to be dealt with.
I mean, not getting into it, but I disagree. I think it's the Milton case that would disagree with that, but that's not for us to get into.
So back, can
Sure.
I,
Oh, go ahead, Jim. Briefly,
Right.
yeah, I see Chief Scory with his hand up, but go ahead.
well, actually Sullivan I want to talk to, but back to Greg's point about ambulances and fire trucks. If in fact that street is so narrow on the hillside, basically it's virtually a one-laner. What I've seen is that the ambulance arrives first, followed by a fire truck, which means that the ambulance is dead-ended at the top of the street with a fire truck behind it. If that's the way they normally proceed, at least, and that Chief Sullivan can answer to that, I think. But I've seen it quite often where the two of them sort of run together, and one gets there first, generally the ambulance, before the truck comes, because the ambulance is on the street already, ready to go, and the truck takes a few minutes to basically get out of the barn and get their guys in order, basically. So to me, this means the ambulance should stuck at the top.
Yes, please.
All right, I gotta.
Katie, tell him one of them no ice.
I gotta meet some people.
Well, to answer the question, both units are not responding from the same location. In this particular location, I would say that the fire department is probably going to arrive there first. It's right down the street. Both vehicles are garaged. If they're, you know, the ambulance is not patrolling the street 24/7. Like a cruiser, like a police cruiser, for instance, would be patrolling the street 24/7. And it's highly likely that they would get there. They may get there first. But in that particular spot, I would think that we would get there first.
Okay. Thanks, Chief Sullivan. Chief Scory?
Thanks, Dave. This is a question for Brian. Just looking at the diagram here, I believe I see 3 handicap spaces, and we have 3 ADA compliant units. Brian, did TAC comment on the required number of handicap spaces, and is that enough, having 3?
I'm not sure, Chief. I don't know.
Okay.
I can put that on the, I'm gonna put that on your list. Number of handicap parking spaces with a question mark.
Okay, and my second question was, I can't see it on the diagram, but where is the dumpster for this building? And is there a plan for the time of day that it will be emptied? Because that may not seem like a police issue, but it is a police issue when a dumpster is getting banged around at 3 a.m., waking up all the neighbors.
Yeah, that's a good question. So our revised plans, which we're working on, are gonna have a place for deliveries to come on site for the, UPS and FedEx and all that, in an area for the trash will be kept in the building and wheeled out that way. And we're actually talked about using the same trash service as the town uses. So the day that they service Crescent Hill would be the day that they would, when they back up, they'll service this building as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Just see if there are any other hands raised. Going once, going twice. All right, seeing no other hands, I'll close it to public testimony for the evening. So back to the board. Given what we've heard tonight, we're obviously going to come back on traffic once we get those additional updates and reports from our peer consultant and the TAC itself. But in terms of where we go here, I envision perhaps more subcommittee work.
I think, Dave, if I could help a little bit, I think there's probably 2 places we need to go. One is get back to TAC, and a lot of the discussion tonight was TAC based. Second would be to get our subcommittee back in and address some of this off-street delivery stuff, the stuff that's happening. We know that Mr. McBain and Amy still had a couple issues to go over from our last meeting that they architecturally that they hadn't dealt with. There were a couple corners of the building. Let them do that. And I would suggest that we probably, given what our load is for the next meeting, look at probably 4 weeks from tonight, because I can't imagine that they can get everything done in 2. That would be my suggestion.
Other board members?
That sounds fine.
Okay. Yeah, because you'll have to figure out a schedule that when you can get together and post those notices. Brian, what's your timeline you thinking with TAC, just realistically? 2 weeks probably isn't.
Oh, no,
gonna
2
do it.
weeks, 2 weeks would not be enough. Lieutenant Anderson is great about scheduling those, but they're up against, I know the police department has been busy. He's super responsive, but to say that we have to come back in 2, first of all, we're still compiling the information that he needs. So we don't even have it all yet.
Yeah.
Second of all, he's going to have to get it, and he's going to have to get it to the peer review consultant for the town at VHB. And then he's going to have to convene a TAC meeting to talk about it. So 2 weeks is not realistic. I think 4 weeks might be pushing it. But I think we should, we would request that we shoot for 4 weeks. And if we're not, then we just have to continue it.
Okay, and in that time, maybe there's some committee output we could talk about, but maybe not traffic.
Yeah, and we would like, I think Mr. Tabell was right. We still had some outstanding issues with the subcommittee that we would like to get back before them on some certain designs of the building.
Okay. All right, sound good, board members?
Dave,
Anything else?
the subcommittee doesn't have to just talk about design, right? Like if somehow any of these issues that came up tonight can be addressed in the subcommittee and then discussed with us later, like the safety and stuff, right?
Absolutely.
Just because obviously I don't want to slow anything down either.
No, I think
know.
it's reasonable for them to factor in what they've heard tonight and any sort of updates or takeaways from the applicant, what they think they could do to accommodate. Yep.
There
I
is,
think that's-
there is a laundry list that has been talked about here that have really nothing to do much with the concept design of the building, but the function of the building basically on some of these aspects, which need to be part of this. And if they're not designed in now and they get designed in later, then they could affect maybe the number of parking spaces because there's not enough room for, say, packages to be dropped off or some other thing. So I think there is a lot that could be done to solve, or at least look at how to solve the issues, basically. So I think the committee can move ahead on those scores as well, even without knowing how the traffic impact, short of what's been discussed already, which will probably have a factor eventually in our discussions as well. So I don't see any reason why we can't continue to or reschedule our meetings to start again.
Okay. All right. So with that, Brian, we'll shoot for 5/12 and see where we are, May 12th.
Thank you.
Okay. Board
I
members?
move that we continue this meeting to 5/12/2021.
Second,
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, Chip,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Amy,
yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay. So thank you again for your input tonight, Chief Scory, Chief Sullivan. We appreciate your time and we know you're busy, and we appreciate you joining us tonight. And we look forward to talking to you soon.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Chief.
Have a good
Thank
night.
you, Chiefs.
Next continued hearing, case 21-40, 41, and 42, 62 Foundry LLC at 62 Foundry and 76 Foundry Street.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, Attorney Brian McGrail representing 62 Foundry LLC. The continued hearing on properties at 62 Foundry Street and 76 Foundry Street in Wakefield. I guess, as you're aware, we were here for site civil at the last meeting. With me tonight is Chris Mulhern, our architect. I think Chris, is Mike Radner here also? I think Mike Radner is here, who's a landscaping consultant. The board, I think, is familiar with Mike. He's appeared before the board. He's going to work in conjunction with Chris a little bit tonight on the landscaping aspects of the project with architecture and some of the changes and discussions that the board had on this project on the North Ave side, et cetera. I also, a housekeeping item, I submitted, as you're aware, Mr. Chair and board members, the traffic report on this project today because it came in, and I did not submit it in anticipation of talking about it tonight. I just wanted to get it to you as early as possible. And it's also been submitted to the Traffic Advisory Committee. So I anticipate that we'll be before the TAC on that in the not too distant future, and prepared to come on traffic after they meet. So if I may, for efficiency, just hand it right over to Chris, and he's ready to load up on the screen share if he can, Mr. Chair.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, Chris Mulhern, Harrison Mulhern Architects, Winchester. I am trying to get to the right screen here. 1 second. And let me try this again. So we have this, I have a PowerPoint, and I just need to share this up for you. Here we go. So,
Yep, we can see it.
all right, let me just get it to be full screen here if I can. There. Everybody see that?
Yes.
Thank you. So by way of review, this site is the corner of Maple and Foundry Streets. We're proposing 58 residential units, 10 affordable, support space for the residential units, mixed use space of 3,000 square feet, and parking for 92 cars. The last time we were together, we showed you a street level view from the Walton Field side for the first time. And this sparked a conversation about the design of the east elevation. This is facing North Avenue. Several suggestions were made focused on livening up this side of the building, which will be quite prominent from North Ave and from the train. This list summarizes the ideas that were discussed. More interesting fencing along the tracks, planters along the open railing at the courtyard, changing materials to add more interest, changing window colors, improving cornices, adding planters at unit balconies, and adding decorative elements on the privacy fencing. We spent the last few weeks working with Mike Radner, who's our landscape architect, to come up with solutions which will add interest to this area. We've incorporated most of these suggestions. This is the view that we showed you last time. And this is the proposed view from the same vantage point. I'd like to walk you through the changes that we're proposing, starting with the fence. So the original proposal shown on top was for a 6-foot-high stockade fence along the east property line, separating our property from the MBTA right-of-way. We are now proposing a hybrid fence shown down below, consisting of alternating panels of horizontal wood slats and in 2 colors and green screen panels. This is the fence plan and elevation in 2 sections, the northerly part at the top, the southerly part at the bottom. 3-inch posts would be placed on 6-foot centers along the property line with 2 panels of board slats between each green section. Here's a detailed elevation. The green screen portions, like this one, would consist of 3-inch deep wire mesh baskets, which are designed to encourage and support climbing vines. The horizontal board sections in between the boards would be spaced to allow airflow and discourage graffiti. 2 colors would be incorporated to add further interest. And this horizontal pattern ties back to the privacy fences on the 2nd level of the building. This photo shows the green screen elements in a continuous row, but you can see, looking at the gate and the panel above the gate, that thickness gives the plant material something to get a hold of. We're also proposing adding plants at the open rail portion of the 2nd floor in the center of the courtyard right here. This is the plan and elevation of the proposed planters. 2 styles of container planters would be used on either side of the barbecue grills at the center of the courtyard. These would contain seasonal plantings, adding color and texture to the open rail area. This view shows both the fence change and the additional planters up above on the 2nd floor. Now, turning to the building itself, we're proposing multiple changes to the courtyard portion of the building, all aimed at adding interest and life to the elevations. At the corner tower elements here, we've increased the depth of the cornice and changed the profile to allow accent lighting to highlight the underside at the top. The material on these corner elements has been changed from aluminum composite material to smooth fiber cement panels in 3 colors. We've changed the window pattern on the corner element, using spandrel panels to pair some of the window openings vertically. We've changed the color of the curtain wall system in this area from graphite to blue. Moving into the courtyard itself, we've changed the window color in here from white to black, keeping the trim white. We've broken down the scale of these inner walls by introducing ribbed panel banding and changing the panel colors. Finally, at the inner three-story bay elements here, we've changed from a lap siding finish to a big brick type pattern in the fiber cement siding product. The tower panels would be smooth in three colors alternating in horizontal bands. We're using these two grays, a fog and a nickel, and then a blue, which we think works well with the blue curtain wall system. On the inner walls at the north and south, smooth panels would alternate would be warm white and alternate with ivory ribbed panels at the floor lines to continue that horizontal pattern. On the east elevation here, the ivory panels would alternate with nickel gray panels. The window trims would be white. At these three-story inner bay elements, this would feature this big brick pattern of fiber cement panel in a sand color. Again, the window trims here are white. These are the proposed colors and patterns for the east elevation. So we have the nickel smooth panels alternating with the ivory ribbed panels, and then the big brick sand on the three-story bay. The center portion between the three-story bays would remain unchanged. The railings and detailing for the unit balconies would remain the same. We talked about it, but we did not incorporate planters on these railings, as we were concerned that the future homeowners would be inconsistent stewards of the plant material, resulting in a spotty appearance. At the center element here, the brick masonry curtain wall composition with the curving cornice reprieves the materials and composition from the same area on the street elevation. So we want to keep that relationship. You can see that relationship here in this cross section, this cornice at the top and the cornice at the back. And this also shows the north elevation with the warm white smooth panels alternating with the ivory ribbed panels. And you can see the blue curtain wall frames with the spandrel glass that pairs up some of the window openings. This bird's eye view shows all of the proposed changes as well as the proposed arrangement for the courtyard, which I don't think you've seen before. Moving to the landscape package, a number of changes have been incorporated since the initial submission. First, the fence that we just discussed has been shown on the plan here with clematis vines called out for the green portions alternating down the line. The electrical transformer has been added to the northeast corner of the site here with the plant material adjusted to make room for it. The gas meter bank, which was in this area, has been removed and replaced with plant material. A single gas meter would be on the building in the area of the mixed use or restaurant footprint down here. And finally, the street lighting has been adjusted to accommodate the Wakefield street fixtures and the existing conditions. Mike Radner, who's our landscape architect, is on the call and he can answer specific questions about the plant material in just a minute. This is the lighting plan. We revised this to accommodate the expected conditions at the site. Since 69 Foundry Street, which is down here, is putting a light fixture, they're putting 3 street fixtures along Foundry Street. The last one at the north end on the west side of Foundry allows us to eliminate a fixture on our side in this area and respace the others. So the net result is 2 Wakefield street fixtures on Foundry and 2 more on Maple for a total of 4 around this way, and then 3 pole type fixtures in the parking area. The section views of the fixtures are shown here. We're using a simpler design for the parking lot fixtures, which matches the height of the street fixtures. This is the updated courtyard plan. It shows the 2 fence types, this tall privacy fence, which would be at either end, and then the lower open fencing in the center. These have not changed since the initial submission. The new planters, the container planters for the center section are shown here up top with a detail of the shape of those planters shown here at top right. That's the summary of the changes. We're excited about the jazzed up composition that we have here, and we hope you are as well. I can turn this back to Mike Radner. Mike, I'm going to go to this ground plan if you want to step in and talk about the plant material.
Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Michael Radner with Radner Design Associates. Chris, I think did a great job with the landscape presentation. I don't know that I have much to add, except that, you know, I'm really excited about the proposed fence change along here and adding some greenery along that edge. I think that'll be a great improvement. Other than that, the foundation plantings around the building have pretty much stayed the same, as have the border plantings on the south side over here. So, you know, I'm happy to answer any questions on specific planting, but those are the changes.
Mike, could you fill everybody in on what the concept for this courtyard is? Because we haven't really talked about that with this board.
Oh, sure. So this, if you look at the picture on the lower right, and several of these pictures are projects that I've completed, this is fairly good representation of this sort of the feel of these spaces inside. This is a landscape on a structure. It's surrounded by a U-shaped building, just like we have here on Foundry Street. So the idea is that there's, you know, some movable furniture in here. Residents can come out and create their own seating arrangements. We don't do fixed benches really anymore. It's really meant to be sort of an outdoor living space. The central area in here has the idea is that there's a fireplace, a double-sided fireplace, similar to what we have on the left side. Yep. And the grill space, yep, those are the two grills that would happen in sort of that stone setting, with a granite counter at the back of the site. And then on either side, as Chris said, the planters, and I put an image of the planters on the upper right there. That's, you know, potential, you know, it gives you really the feel that we're going to have, that we're going for in the space. And then the green spaces that sort of frame this central quasi-public area are these raised planters. And then you can see the 4 colored private patios there. So we have that landscape buffer between the private patio and the more public space. And there's also some fencing that's going to go in there that is similar to the tall privacy fence that you see at the back edge of the site, probably a little bit shorter than that. So if you look at the picture on the lower right, you can just kind of make out in the background. Yeah, exactly. Those are the 2 privacy fences that we had. So those are pretty successful courtyards.
Mike, what's the height of those green landscape areas in the yeah, are those
So we would
meant to
make
grow
them,
high or just be deck more?
Seat wall height, which is somewhere in 16 to 18 inches. And those would be constructed out of precast concrete blocks, dry laid, so they're decorative blocks.
We can see that on the cross section. Let me find that drawing here. Yeah. So
yeah, that's
this,
a good. Yeah.
This shows the geometry of those raised planter areas. The seating wall is on the public side, and then the plant material slopes down to the lower elevation, which would be the private patio elevation here.
Right. So what that allows us to do by having the depth of soil up against that little seat wall is we can have deeper root balls and plant somewhat larger shrubs to give a little more screening. So we're not just doing sort of these low perennials all over the place.
And the wall plus the plantings gives us a height of what, just in terms of some sort of?
Well, I mean, you know, with plantings would be probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 4 feet high,
Okay.
plus, you know, 1.5 feet of a seat wall. So, you know, it gives a pretty good privacy screen.
And
The
what
other-
are the four large trees you're suggesting?
I don't know that we've finalized that. I mean, the plant list suggests that they're either magnolias or dogwoods. So, you know,
So-
small decorative trees.
Right, so small decorative trees. When you look at the elevations,
Mhm.
they go up 2.5 stories.
You
Well,
just had that last
two-
slide, that aerial
two
view.
stories. I'll give you 2 stories. I'm not gonna give you 2.
All right,
It's an
two, but then,
optimistic
but
look.
that's
I
when you
guess.
put them in and then they've got to grow. So I'm giving you 2.5 after 2 years.
So we're aggressive on the
Let's
trees.
be realistic in this elevation that they're not going to be that big.
Well, you're right. They're probably they're probably a little aggressive in the drawing, but here's the thing. We control our own destiny about this podium slab that we're putting these trees on. If we know where they're going and we know how much they weigh, we can design the slab to accommodate the size, and we're going to rely on Mike to give us detailed guidance on that when the time comes.
I mean, I love the idea of big trees in a courtyard. I think it's fabulous, but I also know the cost of the slab and the reinforcement and everything else. And quite frankly, whether the root balls get confined into a box or not, and all those things that can happen. So I just ask that we're really realistic on what those, 4 trees are really going to be.
Okay, I give up. I'll tone them down.
So for
And
us,
by the way, I do want to commend you on the fencing ideas. I think that came a long way. I do want to just ask one question. Driving up and down 128 in Somerville and some other places, you see this multi-textured buildings. And I always wonder if that dates a building. Will this be seen 20 years from now as a 2020 building? Or do you think not?
Good question. Well, what I like about the material is that these fiber cement panels is that they're very durable and they last. Will the polychromy idea of it be dated? Possibly, but if you think back to buildings that were done in the 80s where there were polychrome brick buildings all over Boston, there was a lot of come and go in the masonry design at that time. It may have a little bit of a period feel to it, but I'm not concerned about that, honestly, myself.
It's a matter of how it ages, because, we went through urban removal basically back in the 50s and 60s, and
True.
now we wish those buildings were still around. So it will age, and it will probably past its prime and then come back again. But I do like, we asked you to give more zing to this side like the other side, and you've done that, and you've done it well. The only concern I have would be the fence along the tracks and graffiti. And, what do we do with the fence, basically make sure it's sort of more graffiti proof? Because I have a feeling that it's a wonderful tablet for someone to work their magic on.
And that's a good point. So I have kind of 2-part answer to that. First, we're contemplating using a synthetic material for the horizontal members here. Either a PVC or an AZAC type product that has the durability to hold up. Mike Radner has been talking with us about some coatings, some anti-graffiti coatings that can be put on to that material. So I think the combination of a synthetic material and the anti-graffiti coating will be what we can do. We've also spaced the boards so that it's not really a smooth palette in the way that a concrete wall, for example, would be. It's not perfect. It's still going to, potentially be a graffiti surface, but we think we can make it cleanable, and that's what we're hoping on.
Thank you.
Chris, I would also think about having water and electricity somewhere accessible, be it off a light post or something on the inside. I would also think of having one of these be gates so that you can get a power washer out there.
It's a good point.
And
It's a very good
two
point.
is the easiest way for graffiti not to happen is to get it washed like the next morning,
Understood.
right? If they don't get their art looked at, they give up.
That's a great point, and I love the idea of the gate. I think that.
Yeah, you have to be able to get there or it'll never get clean.
Yeah.
The other thing that we had talked about, and I don't know whose purview it falls under, is the location of the dumpsters and what we're doing with those. Once
Yes.
again, they remain on Foundry Street.
Yes.
I know really convenient, but ugh,
Well, let
not
me see
really
if I
what we
can.
want on Foundry Street. And two, I still think you're not giving the restaurant enough credit that they're going to be able to take out their trash every day from inside to a truck that comes. And this is at the farthest spot away from the restaurant.
Let me see if yes, Mark Slager, who was on the call last time for the site civil, gave me a heads up about this question. Let me change screens here and I'll see if I can address what our current thinking is on this. 1 second.
That's unfair for Mark just to have sloughed it off to you, Chris.
Well, you know, he kind of snickered when he told me, but it was okay. So this is well, let me get this to the point where I can share it now. Come on, what's going on here? So this is the plan. Can you see that floor plan now?
No, you're still on the screen where you're trying to bring it up.
How about that?
Yep.
Okay, so this corner of the site is where we have the trash area located. And the reason for this is that there's an offset in the property line. You can see it here. The property line steps in at this corner of the site so that this region of the world is not deep enough to park cars in. Our thought about the restaurant, which we showed you 2 meetings ago, was that they would have their own space inside the footprint of the restaurant for their trash, and that would be handled locally right at the restaurant rather than this space over here. As far as this space here goes, we like this location in spite of the fact that it's on the street because it is relatively convenient to the elevator. So the notion was that this was serving the residential units only. We have looked at how to address this. And let me change screens again here to this one, if I can get this to open. So we'd like to leave the trash here if we can, but this proposal suggests enclosing it with a masonry wall that would tie to the building design in the same plane as the brick over here. We'd bring brick around like that so that from the street, it's integrated with the building design, and we would then use fence material and gates on the interior portion facing the parking. So we think that we don't have a better location for the dumpsters, unfortunately. We think if we can leave them here and improve the enclosure with a wall here and potentially, you know, a lattice or pergola on top, that maybe that would mitigate the proximity to the street.
I guess, Chris, my comment on that would be all great thoughts. I've never seen a dumpster area that doesn't attract animals. I've never seen a dumpster area that's clean and neat and organized. I guess if you told me that there was going to be on-site management all the time and one of their responsibilities was cleaning the dumpster area on a daily basis, I'd feel better about that. I think you just really need to think about it. And although I know you think that this restaurant's going to be serviced internally, what happens when it's really successful? It has tons of boxes of everyday recycling. It has garbage, compost. I don't think operationally this is a big complex and a big building. And I think you're so close that we're just missing. I'm okay with the operationally, what happens when the restaurant outgrows its space for trash in the building, right? Let's hope that happens. What then? How does that get addressed? Do we lose a space in the garage? Do we lose a space out back?
Yeah.
Do we have a pickup daily that comes? I guess if you're gonna keep it in the space, then I want to hear operationally how you're gonna handle it.
And Chip too, there's part of this too, hey, this is great for us, but I mean, your neighbors now at 128 are gonna be overlooking your dumpster because it's great for you. I mean, I understand people don't live there, but on the other hand, I don't want to be in one of the, upstairs offices on a hot August day with that coming up at me. And also, I mean, if I'm thinking too about your own residents that live a couple floors above that, that's kind of an odd spot.
Yeah, that's why we were thinking of, some kind of a pergola type treatment at the overhead, so that, to mitigate that looking down problem from both 128 plumbing and from this building.
I mean, smells and stuff too go through pergolas like I said, on a hot August day.
No, that's a fair point. I mean, we're tight on the parking, and I'd rather not have to lose parking to move the dumpsters in the back. I mean, we could put them back here, but it's going to cost us 2 or 3 parking spaces no matter where we go with it. It would certainly be more convenient.
Those can't be vertical or horizontal spaces. You can't get 2 spaces in there.
We might be able to get 2 parallel in here.
So if you got 2 parallel in there and took a back corner and took 2 spaces out, you wouldn't lose any parking. I think it needs to be looked at.
Right. Point made. Why don't we let them look at it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And not to belabor it. Okay.
Oh, I'll belabor it. Trust me, Mr.
Rails.
I am.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing, Chip, is that you don't think that this front corner location starts at all.
I think Greg brought up some good points. If that's where it has to be, and I don't think it's a deal breaker. I just think you really need to think about it.
Okay, fair enough.
Other board members?
I have a couple of questions.
Yes, Amy.
Chris, on one of your slides, it said, and I might have missed this, where you removed the meters from. Did you say where they were going to?
Sorry, there's a moratorium on gas service, Amy, for Wakefield, so we're not going to be allowed to have gas heat in the apartments. We still are allowed to have gas for the restaurant service. So we're going to have 1 meter, but that's it. The rest of the units are going to be all electric.
Okay, and there's no meters for that?
The meters for the electric are in the building, in the electric room.
Okay. And then a couple other questions.
Sure.
Are you going to be able to have samples of materials and colors for us to come take a look at?
What time frame are you thinking, Amy?
What do you need?
Well, were you thinking of like a sample panel on site when we're under construction, or were you thinking about prior to you making a decision?
Yeah, prior to making a decision. So I'm just, that blue around the window, and I know it looks different even when you have the picture up that shows the color samples on the side with the arrows over to it. Those 2 colors are different. So I'm just concerned about what that color actually looks like. I'm just not a big fan of that blue on there. I think just along with, I think it was Chip that said, in 20 years, is this building gonna look outdated at that point, and I don't know if that blue is gonna kind of make that happen. So I would just like to see what they look like ahead of time if possible.
So we are ordering samples for these fiber cement panels, and we can get a pile of those in your hands.
Okay, yeah, that would be great
yeah.
if you, bring them to the building inspector's office, and then Gail can let us know when they're there. We can come take a look.
Perfect.
That would be great.
Happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question, after listening to Chief Scory in the previous hearing, talking about with bigger buildings and having the CCTVs on them,
Yes.
I'm just wondering if that's going to be something that's going to happen here, either in the parking lot, in the courtyard area, near the restaurant. I don't know if that's something that's been contemplated, but something to think about.
We haven't drilled down on that, but I would expect. So what we know we're going to do on this building is we're going to do touchless entry system. We're going to do a secure package room. We have that in the plan already. We haven't really drilled down on the CCTV aspect of it, but my sense is that there will be some cameras, and there will be there's a manager's office in the plan, so that there's a place for the CCTV system to live and to be monitored. So I think that will happen. It's a big project. It warrants that kind of protection. And frankly, the MBTA right of way is a liability, and it's a security risk.
Right.
So we are concerned about that.
Okay. And then one last thing, just to go about with the graffiti possibility on the fencing out there.
Yes.
Can that be something that's put in the, and that might, I don't know if that would be a you or Brian question, put in the O&M plan, that if something is to go on there, that the next day it's removed, something that we make sure we have, that that's part of that plan.
Yeah, that should be in the O&M plan. That's a good idea.
I agree.
Yeah, that's an O&M item. Yep.
And I think that's all I had for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Jim? Okay, go ahead.
so Chris, to Amy's question for a moment, just to let you know, normally we have, and Brian can show this as well. We normally have a booklet that gives all the materials along with the name of the materials, all of the materials and the like.
Yes.
And we do want to see physical materials. That's not to limit the potential of a buyout where in fact you can't find the product, or there's another product you want to substitute. You can always come back to us, but we need that as a gauge going forward, basically in an inventory of stuff. So we know, several months later, or 6 months later, when things are being bought out for finishes on the outside of the building, that we have a gauge to measure it against if in fact it gets changed. So just keep that in mind, and Brian, like I say, can go through that. The other thing was that when you were mentioning the grills on the deck and the fireplace on the deck, what's running in those? Is the gas running in those? And can the gas run those?
Well, I've been struggling with that myself since I learned about this moratorium. I think they will be gas, but I think they're going to have to be propane. They're going to have to be tanked propane. So we'll work with Mike to design the bases for these grills so that there's room to put some tanks in there. And likewise, the fireplace will have to be fed from, unless we can get the utility to give us a waiver for these three little teeny appliances. It's not like we're doing a whole building or trying to heat the building. It's a use that would best be served by being on the gas service rather than relying on tanks to be transported through the building and all the rest.
Yeah, and the fire department might have something to say about that too.
They're not going to love it. I know that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a safe
I
building,
could,
for a sprinkled building, but and alarmed and all that, but it's still a concern. So I'm not sure what the process would be to try to get a waiver for those three little appliances from the local utility. And I guess we'll work with Brian on figuring that out as we go forward.
So I could offer something on this. We've done both natural gas hookups and propane tanks for each of these. So it's we can plan it either way. It's the same equipment. One has a different fitting for natural gas versus propane. And then it's just the management of it. The barbecue grills can definitely run on propane, depending on how popular they are. It's the fire. If the fire feature has to run on propane, that does actually take up quite a bit more gas. But we can certainly work with the chief on that and the utility.
And if the town doesn't want you to do that, I just another option, because I happen to live in one of the neighborhoods in Wakefield that doesn't have gas service. We got like 100-pound gas tank, propane tank from Eastern, and that could be serviced. Maybe it could be located somewhere on site where it could be filled, and you wouldn't have individual 20-pound tanks being lugged around, but it would be serviced.
Do you have a buried tank, Dave?
No, ours is above ground. My neighbor designed his house knowing that and put a 500-gallon tank underground, but he heats his house and everything. We use it for cooking and fireplace kind of stuff, but that's what we're talking about here. So just another option, short of the smaller 20-pound tanks being carried around in the town service. So that's just another option.
It's a good point. We'll
but it's a good point to raise that. It's something that needs to be thought about for sure.
Sure.
So, good point.
Since we're on that topic, who is responsible for cleaning it, and how's that going to work with all these units? Is it just first come, first serve, or is it, 2 grills? How's that going to work with all these people?
They're gonna have to play nice with each other. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The short answer is I don't know the answer to that. I mean, it's,
Yeah. That's probably an O&M kind of thing, but
yeah.
someone's going to be responsible for cleaning them.
It is, and like I said, we've done these on a number of projects, and the people are quite considerate. I mean, these are owners and they're not renters, so that brings it to a different standard, I think. First of all,
now with COVID, that's a whole other issue too.
But
so.
what I've seen, and I've witnessed it firsthand on several occasions, is people come out with their tray of protein and they put it on the grill and they use it and they turn it off and they go back inside their unit, or they just sit at the tables there, and it works out very well. And that's why we have 2 of them, so that people aren't.
Did you think about having more, or is why 2? Why not 1? Why not 10? I don't.
For a complex of this size and this many units, that we find that 2 is enough. If we were any bit larger than this, we would go with 3, and we have done 3.
Okay.
But like I said, I've witnessed it in the height of summer, and it works out very well.
Okay, appreciate it. Thanks.
Sure.
Anyone else?
Just one quick one, Dave. On the lighting slide plan, it looks like the I don't know what you call it, the kind of the bloom in front of your building is overlapping. But the other one is in front of, across the street is not. Is there any reason for that extra lighting?
Are you talking about the fact that these 2 fixtures overlap a little bit?
Well, no, I guess I'm less concerned about the side and behind, but is there any reason why essentially it's different going down the street? It looks like the 2 in front of your building and then 1 across the street are overlapping, but none continuing further down Foundry Street are overlapping at all. So it seems like, excess light. Are they closer together? Why aren't we being consistent?
Yeah, I can answer that.
And maybe there's a reason. I just have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I did look into a little bit of the history of this, and I was the landscape architect for the building across the street, but I didn't do the lighting plan there. So I think what I understand is that when the town has contracted for this particular light, and it was previously anticipated to be a taller light pole, so that first of all, the graphic that you see is not a full-blown photometric plan. It's realistic, but it does show sort of the relative levels of light between the poles. So you're correct to pick up on that. So these were anticipated to be taller light poles, so you would have seen that touching, which is kind of what you want, so that you don't have too many dark spots. But when the height of the light pole got cut, I think from 20 to 16 feet or so, that's when you get a little bit more of a tight plan on the tight focus of light on the ground, and then a little bit of not that these are dark spots in between, they're not, it's fine, But so it was on this next phase, it was sort of looking at, do we put, if we only put one on the next block, it's not enough. So we decided to err on the side of caution and go with a little bit tighter spacing.
Okay.
Greg, if you look at, I made this comment on the other project, basically the mill, is the light fixtures that are currently installed, new ones that are installed on Albion Street, they're really out of scale with the street.
Yeah, they're super tall.
And that's, I think, what has changed here, is that these fixtures are lower because it is a narrow street, like Albion Street, basically, and it's going to become more of a pedestrian street as opposed to a highway. So, yeah, that's probably what's happened here and caused this to look the way it is. But I think it's a better height for this block or this area than what they've done on Albion. And I hope someday they go back on Albion and take those and put them somewhere like Main Street.
So these are all the same fixtures, same actual lighting element. It's not like it's.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So everyone pauses. We will open up the public testimony. If anyone has a comment or a question about the information we've heard tonight, please raise your hand in the Zoom call and I will call on you in order. Seeing no hands raised, I will close the public testimony for the evening. Again, there will be other opportunities at future meetings because we have several other aspects to get to. Well, a few at least. So what's next on the punch list typically?
Well, we owe you a study on alternate trash locations. We owe you material samples and we owe you a materials book that summarizes all the exterior finishes on the job.
Okay. And have we done traffic? Did we already do traffic?
No, sir.
No,
Okay.
no, I mentioned that at the beginning that the traffic study, I sent it to you.
Oh, yeah,
today.
yes.
You're getting inundated with materials, but that was sent today. And it has not gone before TAC and you have not heard from TAC.
Okay, so updates from tonight, materials, and eventually traffic through TAC. Okay. Which again, may not be ready in 2 weeks, but perhaps some of the other updates could be, if we want to continue it for 2 weeks.
Chris?
You just said you were ordering materials, so I don't know if they're going to be in time, if we can do, you're on, there you go, Chris. Or we just circle back on updates. Go ahead.
We'll be okay on the trash options in 2 weeks. We'll do our best to get the samples in time for that. I don't know if we'll have a materials booklet all pulled together by then, but we'll have other things to talk about.
Yeah, I'm just
even if it's a short update, that's okay. If we think we'll have something, let's keep moving forward, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Dave, can I suggest that with our next meeting, if it is just a quick update, why not just push it off until we have TAC? I mean, the booklet, the traffic, are really minute things. I mean, we're packed next week, the 28th.
We're going to be packed in May too, so
I just don't. I mean, I get pushing it ahead, but if we're just going to hear updates again, I don't need to know what the building is again myself. I think we've seen it a lot.
So we can go out to the first meeting in May and try to have everything wrapped at that time.
Okay, Brian, you good with that for the team, on behalf of the team?
whatever the chair's preference is, that's fine with me. If it works for you, Mr. Chair, that's fine. And the
Board
board.
members sound good?
Yeah, if that's the case, bring the O&M too.
No, I'm with Tom. We're ready. Because a lot of our comments tonight was, how's this building going to operate?
Right.
Yep, they made the changes. I'd like the changes on North Ave, so I'm feeling good.
Good.
So if we're ready, do we even want draft from Brian, draft conditions and everything? Is that what you're saying?
Probably.
Okay.
You could. I think I want to hear again what traffic's going to have to say because
Oh,
this
no,
again.
we're
but-
certainly
but-
gonna hear. I guess to that point, Dave, what, and we don't need to keep Chris and these guys on, but there was all sorts of comment about, you know, a traffic advisory or a traffic look-see for this whole area and our letter again. What's happening with all that?
Yeah, I think I forwarded.
Comprehensive, yeah, you did, and
So it's in the works, but it's not imminent, right? To Steve's memo, they are looking at it with perhaps some funding because it would have to be funded with some of the pandemic reimbursements to the town with that in mind. But it is in the works. Our town administrator, TAC, our consultant. So it is in the works. It's not imminent. So it wouldn't be in time for this specific project. They didn't commit to a timing, but they just said they're working on it. So let's set 512 and perhaps there'll be more substantial updates we can go through. And we'll see where we are at that point.
If it's okay, I'll prepare, as Greg suggested, draft conditions at my own peril. If you decide to throw them in the trash, you can. But I don't mind doing that. That way, if you are in a position, and not saying you will be, but if you are, then they're done.
Right. I mean, until we get to TAC and see the materials again, we might see the materials firsthand and say, maybe we got to change one or two things, right? So that could happen.
Yeah, or it could have to go back to TAC. They might want more information. I don't know. So,
right.
Yeah.
But at least if we're prepared to discuss whatever's ready, and then we'll see where we are at that point, and maybe it takes another meeting or so to kind of wrap things up. But all right, so till May 12th.
Yeah, but I'd like to just add with the O&M, Brian.
Yes.
There you go. Attentive. I like that. With the O&M, this is not a boilerplate O&M. Right? We've got to contemplate the restaurant. We have to contemplate trash. We have to, I think you heard some new things that Amy reiterated with TVs and monitoring and
security,
how this whole building's going to operate. I think we kind of need to rethink the O&Ms a little bit. So that's all.
Yeah, I think Chief Scory brought up some good points that I took.
Yeah, I think he did too. And most of them are O&M points, in my opinion. Kind of like how it operates and security and parcels and all that. So all good stuff, but I think it means a little bit of work on the O&M side. So let's see it early.
Okay.
Chair's ready to entertain a motion to
I
continue
move
this.
that we continue this to 5/12/2021.
Second.
Sorry,
Any
fell off the
discussion?
rail for a second.
No,
Yes.
no, I let you finish your thought. That's fine.
Yes.
Thank you, Jim.
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
and I'm yes. Okay. Thanks for the updates tonight, team. Chris. Dean,
Thanks, everybody.
Mark,
Thank
Mike.
you.
All right, we'll see you in a few weeks.
Chris, I'm looking for a fancier neck bow tie next time.
People like this tie. I got 2 compliments today. All right, I'll bring something. I'll bring it next time.
All right. 2 hours in, 2 cases done. 5 more to go. 3rd gear, right, Gail? 3rd gear now. All right. Oh, should I say 3 in? Yeah. Continue 5/12. All right, our next.
Take the continued one will help our average.
Yep. Our next continued hearing, case 2143 and 44, SGD Management Group LLC at 97 to 99 Water Street. Welcome back, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got the wrong screen. I can't see anybody. Am I muted? Okay, I'm not muted. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian McGrail representing SGD Management Group LLC, 9799 Water Street. With me tonight is Severio Polchanetti, who is the principal. Also, Rob Passione is our architect, and Carlton Quinn is from Allen and Major, and he is our site civil. So this is the project at 9799 Water Street at the corner of Wakefield Ave. We were before the board about a month ago, and we got a fairly strong direction from the board to rework this project. And I think my client at that hearing made a statement to the board that he heard the board loud and clear, got the message, and was going to go back to the drawing board to try to adhere to the message and to do a redesign. He has done that, and I think he's done it fairly well. I think he listened, he heard, and he acted accordingly. So we're going to make a presentation on this tonight. What you're gonna see with this project, if you might recall, it took up the whole lot basically, and it was a 4-story building, and it contained 5 residential units and about 600 and change of commercial space on the first floor. Board had some concerns that the Water Street frontage was not enough glass. It kind of had some doorways going out onto Water Street, and the board wasn't happy with that. So what we've done is the number of dwelling units has been reduced from 5 units to 4. We've taken a story off the building. The retail space has become very functional. It's now larger. We've expanded the glass glazing along Water Street. It's improved the functionality of the building and the retail space, as well as the design and activation along Water Street. The space has grown from just about 600 square feet in area to approximately 911 square feet. I think most importantly, there's been a dramatic reduction in the size and footprint of the structure to the extent that we've actually moved or improved the rear setback over its current positioning. So it's actually been pulled back further than the existing building. I don't want to dramatize it because the existing building's a 1-story building. This is a 3-story building, but it has been pulled back further than the current building sits on the lot. This has resulted in a significant improvement in the FAR, which the board was concerned about. The rear setback is now 33 feet, which is greater, as I mentioned, than the 27 feet that currently exist. Lot coverage for the building coverage has improved. Open area, we think the massing and scaling reduction has been significant. We've also, on the upper level residential floors, have set back the structure by about 1 foot and made some adjustments in that area. We've added a balcony to help break up the massing. And I think we're hoping that you'll decide that we've kind of advanced this in the right direction. So I think the best place to start with this, if Carlton could start. Carlton, can you turn on your camera? Great. Do you have the ability, Carlton, to bring up your site plan?
I believe so. Let me try.
If not, I can, but it might be easier. Everyone should be able to share. Yep. Yeah. And I'm going to submit this, Mr. Chair. This is, we wanted to, I submitted the architectural plans. Knowing your schedule coming up, we wanted to get this before you tonight to make sure that we're in the right direction on this. So your board has not seen this site plan. You've seen the architectural plans, but this will help you get a context of how the change that's happened. Can you go back to the last page, Calvin? Yeah. So this is what was proposed. Is that correct?
Yep, that's the last plan that was in front of the board.
So I'll kind of keep, and just to also remind that we're doing significant infrastructure improvements for the town, moving the drain pipe from under the building and rerouting it, brand new drain pipe, and also brand new sidewalks along the property on both Wakefield Avenue and Water Street. That stands. So it's not like we're saying, oh, we're reducing the building, we can't do that work anymore. And also by reducing the building, there's actually a little bit of a less impact on that pipe, but we're still going to move it and do all that work that was promised.
So Carlton, take it away, and then we'll go to Rob so he can show the architectural aspects.
Thanks, Brian. Good evening. For the record, my name is Carlton Quinn with Allen Major Associates, civil engineer for the project. And again, I think Brian mentioned this was the building that was before you before with basically 1 foot setback around the building. And this is the new proposed building. It's got a 33-foot setback. And I kind of noted here in the red, the existing setback's about 27.9 feet. And we've gone from 8 garage stalls to 4 garage stalls and 2 surface stalls. We've got a full 22-foot wide curb cut and drive aisle as required. The floor area ratio has been reduced from, it was 2.7 on the original proposal. We've gotten it down to 1.36. And then I think the other big improvement was the open space. The original proposal had a open space of 4.9. With these improvements, we've got it above the 10% to 11.1, which I think was another concern we heard from the board previously. The building coverage has been reduced from 93.4 to 55.4. And as you can see, we still have the sidewalk. And just as a reminder, the existing sidewalk is encroaching on the property. And we had some discussions with the town engineer prior to submitting and kind of gave a improved sidewalk and turning radius up here. The other sidewalk is pretty sharp turn here. And this was basically at his direction. What he wanted is what we proposed here. We didn't modify anything.
Carl, what's that? Is the dash line? Can you just, is that the curb?
This is the saw cut line. Sorry, this is what we're going to be saw cutting. This double line here is the curb line, which kind of follows the one on Water Street. But you can see this is the old one here. The existing one is kind of a sharp turn. I think it was about a 5-foot radius. This one I think is 8 or 9 feet. And then the old existing curb cut line is in here, and we're pulling it out, you know, kind of parallel, so the street's straight all the way out. The other one kind of funneled, opened. It was kind of an odd configuration. I don't know why they did that before, but
thank you. No, that helps. Thank you.
Okay. And again, the rest of the site package is pretty much the same. Drainage system in the back. We have an existing drain pipe coming through the building. We're going to reroute it in the right of way. It's under the existing building. It would be under the proposed building. We had also coordinated this with the engineer, the town engineer, prior to submitting. We had some initial discussions. This is basically just drainage. The water's off Water Street. We're going to have a sewer into Wakefield Ave. There's going to be a gas component for the retail space. And that's basically it, but almost the exact same configuration, minus the building size, which was what we heard the most feedback from. So I'll hand it back to Brian unless there's any questions on that.
Board members, you want to ask questions now or wait till we hear the whole thing and kind of address them accordingly?
Hear the whole thing.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna, for efficiency, Rob, I'm gonna go right to you if I could.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Okay, so I'll just run through these plans real quick. So this is looking at the ground floor level with the garage and the retail. The retail is located along Water Street as it was previously, but we enlarged, as Brian had mentioned, enlarged the square footage of the retail, and we increased the glazing along the street side per some comments that we heard last meeting. And as Carlton had mentioned, we have 4 parking spaces now inside the building. We have some of the building services kind of centrally located, elevator and the common stair located in the middle rear of the building. Going up to the second floor, so we have 4 units, as was mentioned. They're all 2 bedrooms. We have the living room, kitchen, kind of open concept spaces at the front of the building along Water Street, and then towards the rear is where the bedrooms and bathrooms are located on each side of the building in each unit. Going up to the 3rd floor, again, similar layout, 2 bedrooms with 2 units. The biggest difference here is we put a small balcony in the front of unit number 3. And we also have small balconies at the rear of each unit in the back. And that is actually, we also have balconies on the floors below as well. So we put some down here. So each level has some balconies in the rear. And again, the floor plan is very similar. We did notch the building and set it back along the front facade to create a little bit of a articulation of the facade, which you'll see a little bit in the elevations. We also kicked out the rear of the building just to, again, create a little more interest in the back to make the architecture a little more appealing. Then the roof is pretty simple. We just have the elevator overrun and some equipment screening for some small rooftop equipment. We don't have that stair access, so we've eliminated a lot of the height of the building by doing that. So the elevations. So here, this is the north elevation. So here we're looking as if we're standing on Wakefield. So again, this is a large run of glazing that we put in for the retail, so it's quite a bit larger. This is the 3rd floor balcony in elevation. This is looking at the rear of the building. So these are the garage openings, garage door openings for each of the 2 parking garages. Again, the 4 balconies off the rear, and then, as I mentioned, we kind of articulated this rear facade to create a bit of a bump out to make this elevation a little more appealing. This is looking from from Wakefield Ave to the side of the building. And here we can see, as I scroll over, this we had previously off of this building and only an 8-foot setback. So now we're at 35 to the balconies. So that dimension has increased quite dramatically. Again, here we have some similar glazing that we had in the previous scheme on this side of the building. Spot for some gas meters, and then just some, typical windows for the residents above, and then 3rd floor balcony. And then the last elevation, I'll show you guys real quick. And this is just, this is kind of on the alleyway side. Again, this facade will be, there's some parking for the adjacent building. This is again, looking at the front glazing at an angle. But this facade will be somewhat buried in the back. But again, we just put in some windows for the residential units, and then the balconies off the back. So to give sort of the context to the building, the renderings we did. So this is looking at the corner. Again, lots of glazing along the street side. 3rd floor balcony. We did try to add some coloring along here to kind of break up the elevation a little bit. We did a darker roof trim, and then to try to accent the retail space, we did some darker siding here to kind of give that a little more interest. Scrolling down, now this is looking down Wakefield Ave. So again, we catch part of the parking garage door here. These are those balconies. So as you're driving down, you'll be able to see those. But a lot of that will be buried behind this building as you're driving down. This is looking along Water Street, just right at the glazing along the front. So this will be mostly open to the retail inside. Again, 3rd floor balcony, residential windows. We may be seeing, some of the screening for the equipment in this corner, depending on where you're standing, obviously. So just highlighting that. And then finally, this is a little here. This is looking down Water Street. Again, more of the retail glazing. You can see how the building sits on the site from this angle. The building previous rendition extended all the way back. So now here you can really see the whole building.
Oh, your audio is cutting out, Rob.
Oh, sorry. Well, that was basically all I had to present. So I'll kick it back.
Yeah, that's fine. Savari, are you there?
I am.
Can we see you?
Yeah.
Thanks. Do you want to add anything, Severo? Because you kind of led the charge here on the rethought, and the board had told us about looking at the architecture in the area, and you and I had some discussions on that. So I think it just might be helpful if you kind of give the board your thoughts as you went through this process and in the reiteration that has now been presented.
Yeah, for sure. So to be honest with you, I was super excited about going back to the drawing board and what we presented tonight, because I think what it reflects is that we were listening loud and clear, and that we did try to scale this down significantly. Obviously, we've basically chopped half the building off. But I think we've built something that, or we've proposed something that is a little bit more in line with the neighborhood and what we see. I think next door, our neighbor is 4 residential units with some retail out front. So it's pretty close to what he's got there. And then we've obviously increased our open space. We've, I think, made the massing a little bit more attractive and articulated the facade a little bit better than we were before. And of course, we've reduced the density from 5 units to 4 units. So I think what we have tried to put forth is something that should be reflective of our hope to get a little bit closer to what the board had kind of directed us to, or what the directive was. So
thank you.
Yes, thank you to all 3 of you for the information. Board members?
So this is much better, obviously, than we had, and it's sort of more reflects what the neighborhood is as far as scale and the like. And at the same time, it brings a nicer aesthetics to the area that some of the other ones are just sort of plain. This has got a little bit of a dress up to it. I like the band on the top. I want to see a few more details on how this is finished out, but I think this is a long way from where we were the last meeting, basically. And it's very, very respectful to the neighborhood, I think, and the height and scale and the massing of the neighborhood as well. It goes, there's a house down the street, about 2 or 3, that was remodeled recently. That came out very nice as well. It may have been you guys that did this, I'm not sure. But this is nice and light, airy, basically in appearance. Goes along with the character of the neighborhood, and particularly in the fact that it meets sort of the retail edge of the block, which has always been there, particularly when the factories were across the street. But it sort of picks up the historical nature of that as well in the use group. So I'm pleased with this.
Hey, Jim,
Thank you, Jim.
Just to point out, Jim, are you okay with the storefront? Seems a little boxy and kind of, I don't know, it seems a little bit out of place, the storefront.
No, I'm fine with it. And the boxiness, if you're looking at the band, basically, that's where signage is going to go. So that will change basically. If your signage comes along.
You love signage.
And if you don't mind, and not to interrupt, I think Jim hit it on the head, but that was exactly our intention when we went back and I started walking up and down the street thinking about kind of how the rest of the street represents itself. It's this this prominence of this retail box on the first floor, with the upper floors being a little bit different or distinct from the lower floor. And the idea being, and I'm a retail business owner, so I know how important signage is, as funny as that sounds, but that was exactly the intention, that we have this distinguishing nature, and that there is this particular space for signage, and that it is distinguished. Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I see residential up top and I see all of a sudden business down below. I know you want to separate the two. I'm not trying to hide the business from the residential, but I don't know, just to me, it sticks out a little bit. But if Jim's okay with it, then I mean, I'm not knocking it.
No, you got to look at that whole neighborhood along this edge. And what happened is that there were tenement houses basically here that eventually got converted, or were originally basically first floor shops, where in fact the shop owner lived on the second floor and rented the rest to their relatives. So it's in the character of the neighborhood to have both retail and residential together. It's just the way the neighborhood grew up because of the factory across the street.
Okay. The colors, is that good for you with the the gray and the off gray, and then all of a sudden, again, to me, it just kind of sticks out with the lower section.
No,
Darkness.
I guess I like something with a little more character. I mean, you look at the next place over, it's just a white building, there's no character to it. This has got a cornice line like the building next door, but it breaks down the height at the same time. It's sort of an architectural trick in some ways, but at the same time, it works.
Okay.
And the glass will be glass panels, right? I mean, when I heard glazing, but that's the material of the.
Yeah, it's going to be glass panels.
And then a sign band. So, I think when it's potentially done, I think it'll look nice. And I appreciate the work that went into scaling this back. I think you heard us loud and clear, and I think you did a good job, in my opinion, scaling it back, addressing concerns of your abutters. You lost one unit, but it still works, right? You probably had to play with the interior. Maybe they got a little smaller, obviously, but hopefully it's something that, you can still find active tenants for. And, I think it just works a lot better in the neighborhood. So I appreciate the effort that went into it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we did lose a unit, but our focus is long-term in this particular location. So, it is what it is. We like the neighborhood.
Thank you. Other board members? Any comments?
I agree with the comments. I like the improvements. Just a quick question. You're showing this facade here where the retail and the glass wraps around the corner. Unless I saw it wrong, on one elevation you had it wrapping around, on a different one you didn't. Does it wrap around on the other side?
No, there it is, Tom.
Okay.
No, in this elevation that it stops there. We have a sprinkler room on this corner, so that's why there's no glazing.
Yeah, one of the other ones, you might want to look at it. I thought the glass wrapped around the corner.
Yeah, it was kind of deceptive. I think I know what Tom. I'm going to go back to it because I think it was.
What it is? I think also the angles don't help. The fact that it's kind of.
Yeah, the elevations are a little weird sometimes.
Isn't it west from the alley?
Did I miss it?
West?
Yeah, from the alley. That's right, Dave.
Hold on, Tom. Let me find it. This is it right here. Yeah. Yeah. Right
Yeah,
there,
so
Tom.
that building that's an angled elevation, so that's why it looks all kind of squished.
Yeah, this is more representative of what it is, right?
Yeah, that's the same angle essentially.
Yeah.
It's a little off.
The perspective, I think it's the perspective that's just condensing it.
Yeah.
But you do have that material turning the corner and wrapping.
Yeah. So the glazing stops, but that's correct. The material does turn and wrap.
Okay. Yeah, the other one, it looked like it went farther, but it might have been perspective. Okay. And just as a point before I forget, can you also send us a copy of these? These were not in the package. We got the
Yep. And the site plan. I just made a note of that. Yep.
Thank you.
So do these fully line up? It looks like just as Tom was pointing out, on the other side, on the street side there.
Let me get there, Greg. Right here, Greg?
Nope, sorry, around the corner.
Right there?
That one.
Okay.
There is no on that side kind of, I can't remember if it was where the van is or forward of those two windows. In the elevations, there's a door, but there is no door in these renderings.
I think we have a trash room over there.
Let me get
it's the door. It's the door for the trash room.
So the door does exist.
Right here.
Okay.
Greg, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah. So that exists there. There may be other things that are, that's just caught my.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, that one got left out of the model.
That's a good eye.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to. I don't know how I caught it, to be honest. I usually don't catch this. My only other question, or I guess the very quick one is, why still the elevator if it only goes up? And the reason I'm asking is, will we eventually be able to see the elevator overrun on a 3-story building? I mean, I've lived in many 3-story buildings that do not have elevators. And it seems like the space inside could be used for a lot better purpose than having an elevator on a 3-story building.
As my interpretation was that we need it for accessibility. As far as the overrun goes, it's going to be about 4 to 5 feet above the roof line. So it's if you're standing far away from the building, you'll probably see it.
We should see it on
when
those
you're up close,
elevations.
you won't.
We should probably see where it's going to be on that, on these elevations.
Yeah, you know what? It's on the elevations that were submitted. You should be able to see it. Those particular elevations, because they're colored, I think the lines were too light and they kind of dropped out. But you should be able to see it on the submitted PDFs.
Rob, can you bring it up? You want me to? Because
yeah, whatever's easier.
Why don't you bring it up?
All right.
Yeah, it is on the.
It is on the elevation, so the board can see it.
Yeah. Sorry.
The elevator override shouldn't be 4 to 5 feet. It's only, it's whatever the cab height plus a certain amount of clearance above the cab, and then the structure of the top of the elevator shaft. And the only other thing basically is ventilation that has to be about 3 feet above the deck. And that can be done with a chimney or some other thing. But until you've selected the elevator and followed the elevator clearance requirements, you're not going to know what the height is, but I can tell you 4 to 5 feet is extremely high for an elevator override. Unless you have
you're right. I agree that until we select an elevator, we'll know exactly what it is. So, you know, I used certainly a conservative number. But yeah, that's Brian. Thanks for bringing that up. I wasn't fighting my PDF, but yeah. So that's what it would look like in elevation if you're looking at it directly on. But again, you know, from farther away in the building, you'll see it. But the closer you get, obviously, the building height will start to block it.
Yeah, I just know in all the other buildings, I mean, this is a lot smaller scale that we've talked about. Elevator overruns, there's a better way to hide it that might not be on this one because of the scale of it. But maybe if you could take a look at that. And then my only other question is, so this is 4 units now, right?
Yes.
And we're proposing 4 parking spots? Is that right?
6, Greg.
6.
4
There was 4 in the building.
Oh, there was 2 outside? Okay,
Yes.
I completely missed the 2 outside. Okay.
The back of the site, there was.
Never mind.
Yeah.
That was it.
Thanks, Greg. Anyone else?
Yep. I think you guys have done a really, really great job with listening to us and making the changes. I like the colors. I like what it looks like now. We really did a good job with this. Couple of questions. One, any thoughts yet on what's going to be in the retail spot? Is it going to be retail? Is it going to be a restaurant? Or has that even been contemplated yet?
No specific thoughts yet.
Okay.
Just given obviously everything going on, my feeling is that we just need to kind of see how things shake out with the pandemic and see where people are at in terms of, you know, retail being what it is. But I would assume it's going to be, what I would prefer is a use that activates the street, right? Something that that generates activity and you know, connects with the neighborhood and services this neighborhood. So
Okay, that's good.
But
And
depending
then-
on the, well,
oh.
just sorry to piggyback on that, Amy, before just, if you don't mind. But depending on the use, if you contemplate it's going to be a food service in some way, or, you know, exhaust fans going up through the building, so you just might need to contemplate potential tenants and what you may need to do to the design of the architecture to accommodate versus something that's just self-contained in that space. Anyway, back to you, Amy.
And then my other thing, where it's a 4-unit, how does trash removal work? I don't know if that would be the town that would remove that, where I know I think it's 5 units and more that then you have to get private. Is it 4, would the town do that? And
No,
then
they won't. They won't do it, Amy.
They won't, okay.
No.
So you'll have to hire
Yeah.
a separate company, okay, and I don't know if I missed something, is there a dumpster or?
we actually have a trash room with a door right on Wakefield Ave.
Okay.
And individual containers that are enclosed in a room inside the building.
Okay.
Yep, right on that first floor.
Right here.
Oh, perfect, okay. And then I would assume that the restaurant obviously, or if it is, sorry, I shouldn't say restaurant, whatever is gonna go in, they will handle their own trash removal then, okay. I think that was, oh, and did we talk about snow removal?
We would deal with that in the O&M.
Okay,
But is there a spot in the back? I mean, you know, you got parking there, but is there enough room?
Not a
to-
lot. No, you know, they're gonna have to remove it. There's not a ton.
Yeah. The usual, like, can't lose the parking spaces and. Yeah, it's an O&M item as it usually is. Okay.
There's some there's a landscape. There is a landscape area where they can pile a little bit up, but it's not gonna be a ton of room. We've talked about that. We'll deal with that in the O&M.
okay, that's all I have.
Anyone else? Okay, take a pause and we'll open it up to public testimony. If anyone has a comment or question, we'll entertain that at this time. Please raise your hand in the Zoom room. And I will call on you as I see your hands go up.
Oh, I see
Okay.
you, Dave.
D. Magnarelli. I'm sorry if I just butchered the
Yeah,
name.
no, that's okay. Yeah, that's, it's Dominic Magnarelli. I'm a beneficial owner of 103, 105 Water Street.
Yep.
And
welcome. Yep.
I attended the last meeting as well, and actually appreciate what the owner has done in terms of reducing the size of the building, because originally it was absolutely too large. Now it's more in scale with the neighborhood. The one question that I have is, at the initial meeting, the owner was looking for relief from, I believe, 5 or 6 of the zoning bylaws and dimensional regulations. And I'd like to know right now how much relief from the various bylaws and dimensional regulations is still required.
Okay. Valid question. Brian, do you want to take that, or someone on the,
I can do it.
do you want to bring up, I think you have a table in there, right? Yeah.
I do. Hold on a second. Let me find that so I can answer Mr. Magnarelli's question. Okay. Great. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Great. Well,
Oh, now we lost it.
that's odd. There we go. Back?
Yep. Just if you want to make it better. Yep, that's great.
Great. So this is a zoning table. So the key components for a project is the property is entirely located in the business district. And then it's also governed by section 190.32 of the bylaw. And so, you know, we kind of look at these in conjunction. The board has always taken the position that you really need to meet both. Some might argue that you really only need to meet the requirements of 190.32, but 190.32.1 allows dimensional relief via special permit, which we've requested, not variance. And that contemplates that you would get relief from both the business district or the underlying district and the 190.32 requirements. That's why we always ask for both. So the first requirement is lot area. The minimum lot area will be in the business district. Actually, you don't need any lot area. Any size lot is fine. To do this type of project in the business district, you need 4,000 square feet. This property has 4,320. So it meets that requirement. Lot frontage in the business district, you only need 40 feet. This is actually going to change now. We're going to change this because it's going to become a mid-rise apartment. I'm sorry, it's going to become a garden apartment, not mid-rise anymore, because we've taken off a story. I'm pretty sure, let me just check it real quick. I don't think it matters. But let me get the right answer. I think it's still 180, but let me just make sure. It's actually
150.
150. Can you see which screen
Yep.
you're looking at? Are you
Yep.
looking at my table that I opened up?
Yep.
Oh, good. Okay. So now you can see the site plan again.
Yes.
So it's 150, not 180. So that's going to change. We barely don't make that. So we need special permit relief there for 6 feet. Lot width, this is an odd lot because we have 2 frontages. That will be 150. Lot width requirement in the business district is 40. We meet that requirement. We won't meet it under 190.32. So we're asking for special permit relief on that. Open area requirement is 10%. We have 11. We meet it in the business district. We need relief for that on the, I think it's the same. Keep going back and forth. Open area, hang on.
30%.
30%. So it's the same. That's what I thought. And building height,
we don't need any relief for that because in the business district, 60 feet is allowed. Actually, I think we might need relief on this. I take that back because we just dealt with this, because with the garden apartments, it's 30, it's an odd thing because it's 35 feet versus 50. So we meet in the business district. We're gonna need a little help on that for about 5 feet in the on the height. And then the setbacks, you can see we need help on the setbacks because it's
Brian, I don't think that height is correct actually on the board because we only have 3 stories. We're only at like 33, aren't we? So I don't think we actually need relief there.
Rob, any thoughts on that?
I think Severio is correct.
So we'll have to deal, we've got to clean this up, obviously, we're gonna.
That might be from the last presentation.
So it looks like we will meet the height requirement. And
And
then,
you'll update it, and you'll update that column to say gardens.
oh, of course, yeah, it all needs
Yeah,
to be fixed, but I just want to try to answer Mr. Magnarelli's question in general.
Understood.
tonight.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah.
in the business district, there is no setback requirement. So, right now, you look at what's there, it's actually over the property line now, the building. So, but technically under the garden apartment, we need help with that via special permit. But I think the big one that the board focused on was the floor area ratio on how this was going to take up the lot. And as Rob had mentioned, or Carlton, before we were like over 2. I think where we're at, like 2.92.
It was 2.7.
2.7. So one you have to be under 1.5 or under, and now we meet that requirement. So, and then building coverage in the business district, you're allowed to have 80% of your lot covering the building. I think with this one, open area lot coverage 35%. Where are we? We're at 55, so we need a little bit of help on that, and that's all allowed. As this board knows, that it's contemplated that that relief can be granted by special permit and not variance. So through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Magnarelli, does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, it does. So basically, you're looking for relief for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items. And my main concern, and have lived in Wakefield for quite a while, not all my life, but my wife has, is that the town character is changing considerably. 30 years ago, there were very few really large condominium and apartment complexes. Now the town is being overrun with apartment and condo buildings, huge buildings. And my concern is that the town initially set up the zoning bylaws and all of these dimensional regulations to protect the town and its citizenry. And here we are, and again, nothing against the lot owner, but when he purchases property, all these zoning bylaws and dimensional regulations were in effect. And so now you're looking for relief from the 5 of these. I think that that's unreasonable.
Mr. Magnarelli, this is Severio. As always, thank you for being on and for being an advocate for the community. I think there should be more folks like you. So I do appreciate it, and I don't take it to personal offense at all.
No personal offense intended.
Yeah, and given the fact that we're both so invested in this neighborhood and we care so much about it, I want you to know that my intention here isn't to build something that diminishes the character of the neighborhood. I think, in fact, that right now what we've got there is a building that's obsolescent and does not fit with the character and the fabric of that neighborhood. It doesn't serve as anything functional or helpful or useful in any given way. I think in proposing the structure that we're proposing, what we're actually doing is taking something that's obsolete and actually replacing it with something that's going to be far more beneficial to the neighborhood. I think what we've done here is we've added some affordable housing. We've added a building that frankly is quite similar to your building, where you've got retail on the first floor and 4 units above. And we're creating a viable retail business where we can bring more business to the town of Wakefield. As you know, a big part of the Wakefield community is the business community, small business in particular. This is a town that is small businesses prevalent throughout. So I think what we're actually doing here, if we're on the same page, I think we're trying to improve. This isn't one of these astronomical, 100-unit developments that we're trying to dramatically increase the density of what's happening. And what we've tried to do is stick to things like the parking ratios and the floor area ratio, and put forward a building that matches and kind of jives with the neighborhood in terms of building height and scale and all that good stuff. So I hope that at the very least you'll be convinced by the end of this conversation that I take this just as seriously as you do, and that I am a vehement supporter of this neighborhood and the community.
Right, and I appreciate everything that you're saying, and I think you certainly are well-intentioned. My point is just that, once again, we're looking for relief from 5 dimensional requirements here, and that's basically what's happening all over town. Absolutely, you're building nothing like some of the monstrosities that are going up in town. And it certainly does fit the neighborhood better than the initial proposal. But once again, that's just my concern. And whatever.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it. I think we're caught in the crosshairs of having to meet two very different types of zoning bylaws, right? I mean, if we're going down the list for the business zone, then we're basically more or less in line with what we need to be in line with. It's when we start getting into the garden style. And unfortunately, we've got this mix of uses that we're trying to accommodate in order to get something that, the output ends up looking a lot more like your building, rather than, trying to propose a building that quite frankly doesn't look anything like your building.
Right.
So in attempting to, I would say, assimilate to what's happening with you and some of our other neighbors down the street, unfortunately, I'm caught in a crosshair, and this is where I need your support to try to get something built here that matches more closely with what's happening with your building and some of the others. So, again, I completely understand your frustration, and, I appreciate it, quite frankly. So I'm hoping that you'll be supportive and you'll get behind this so that I can put together something that looks a lot more like everyone else down our street, and I can keep this neighborhood looking like it should, right? Rather than try to propose something quite different that maybe doesn't fit,
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add, just for the record, because
quickly, please. I'm just
Mr.
sorry.
Magnarelli is very thoughtful, obviously. So I just wanted to point out that, under our bylaw, it's not unique that this relief is actually contemplated by our bylaw. So it's not like we're asking for something that is a variance or, a high standard, because 190.32.1 reads as follows. The special permit granting authority as provided in 190.32, that being the Board of Appeals, may allow reductions and alterations in the dimensional controls for multifamily dwellings as required under 190.32D in Table 2 of the zoning bylaw by special permit, according to the procedures contained in Article 3. If it, that being your board, deems the reductions will enhance the project as a whole and allow it to benefit the neighborhood in which it is situated. So it really gives your board, it's in your board decides that. It's not like it's like we have to meet this high standard. It's really very subjective for the Board of Appeals to decide. And I would submit in this case that it does benefit the neighborhood, as we just discussed, and I think my client eloquently stated.
Mr. Brian, so you're not looking for variances or anything. This is strictly special permit.
That's right, which is contemplated under the bylaw, for projects like this. If your board deems it's a benefit to the neighborhood. So my assumption would be the last building, we got the message loud and clear. What we were proposing a month ago, we don't think your board was going to deem it to be a benefit of the neighborhood, and we don't think it was going to get approved. So we're trying to come up with something that we feel is a benefit to the neighborhood, because as Savario said, there's no way this project can meet those requirements. The bylaw contemplates that there will be a lot of good projects that can't meet those requirements. And that's why it's giving you the power under 190.32.1 to give the relief if you determine it's a benefit to the neighborhood. In your discretion, we have to sell it to you.
Yep. All right, let's move along, please. Ed Kirby.
Field Avenue. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, would like to see you too. Do you have a video?
Oh, okay, hold on, yep. You can see me, hold on.
Hey, welcome, Mr. Kirby.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
How's everybody doing? Hey,
Great. Address for the record? Yep.
Hey, Saverio, if I'm saying your name, if I'm butchering your name, I apologize, but no, I do appreciate the effort here. You know, what you've done with this updated version. It does give me quite a bit of relief. You were on top of the building before, but now I get, you know, 33 feet in the back is pretty, you know, pretty substantial. In line with what you have there right now. I do concur with Mr. Magnarelli, though, as far as, you know, some of the setbacks and some of the relief that you're going for. So I'll keep it as short as I can here. I do have a concern with the elevator as well as the HVAC units up on the roof. I'm not sure what you're gonna have there for a noise level. That's a concern of mine. If you can maybe add some attenuation panels, some sound deadener, that'd be helpful, I think, if that's possible. And then the other thing too was about a year ago, there was a major flood, 5 inches of rain. This is probably for the DPW, but there was 5 inches of rain that come down the street, and your property as well as mine had some substantial flooding, I believe. So whatever you're gonna do to tear that street up, if the project goes forward, please consider, you know, the DPW, get some relief there as far as the drainage in that street goes. Because a lot of water does come down the street there from the top of Wakefield Avenue. Flood conditions are pretty substantial. So that has to be considered, so, for the town. With that, I know you're pressed for time here, so I do appreciate your time, and again, good luck with your project.
Thanks, Ed. The concerns about the sound attenuation are not a problem. We'll definitely keep those in mind.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kirby. Anyone else? Seeing no other hands, we'll close it to public testimony. All right, next time, we're gonna get, we're gonna clean up the drawings, right, some inconsistencies, perhaps draft an O&M. I'm not sure what else we need to get to here, board members.
Materials.
And
I'd like to propose a few extra details like I have with other projects. I can send those on to Brian. Basically, I'll take the elevations and mark them where I'd like to see some details.
like cornices and detail and stuff like that. Okay.
All those sort of things.
Is there gonna be any lighting on the building?
Yeah, we haven't seen like,
What's the lighting gonna be? What's the lighting gonna be for the sign band? All those fun things.
is there any vents through the building? I don't think we've talked about that on the sides of the building.
All right, so make sure if you have any vents. I think so. We saw a roof that showed a few things, but yep, roof.
I mean, in that roof that showed a few things, did it, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but it just seemed like, this is what it could be. Well, what is it? We want to know what it's going to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't done a full, set of engineering drawings. But those were essentially part of the heat pump system is what we're envisioning right now. And then the other thing is obviously the elevator and a roof hatch. So that's all we're showing right now. But we can look to try to flush it out a little bit more so you guys get a better idea of what.
Yeah, we definitely want to see like if they're going to be dryer vents on the side of the building versus going up to the roof. We want to see them on the elevations, right? If that's where we really think they're going to be based on the positioning of the laundry rooms and so forth.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Just, it may not be fully engineered quite yet, but at least enough detail that it's going to show what the elevations look like, potentially what the roof's like. Cornice details, updated plans, lighting. We certainly are proponents of the gooseneck style if you're going to put something out in front on that sign band, potentially. So it'd be good to see. And then any sort of safety lighting or over that door entry for trash and that kind of out in the parking area. Hopefully no light poles. But whatever you need for security and safety and so forth. What else, board members? Maybe a draft O&M, Brian?
Yep, you mentioned that.
Yeah, and the updated zoning table, so we know what relief we're granting.
Yep, zoning table.
Is this in the sign overlay district?
No.
Okay. So we
What
don't
was the
have
question,
any.
Amy? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Is it in the sign overlay district?
No.
So do we have, we don't have anything?
Yes, we do. We have the old code basically, but that doesn't mean that we can't use the new. If we want to have control like we have in the past over the sign that's going to be installed there, then we just write it in.
Okay. So yeah, and if there's any signage that's brought up, then thought about, then I'd like to see that, obviously.
Yeah. The
And
other thing-
if, I know you just said about gooseneck lighting. I know you guys love it. I don't love it. But I don't know that that would fit in with this building. That's just my 2 cents. So just if the team has another option that they would want to show, I'd like to see something else too. Just to kind of fit in with the building a little bit better.
I don't know at this point, Amy, not having a tenant, you're not sure what the sign's going to be, basically. And, you could basically come up with several different fixtures. I mean, it could be halo type of lettering, I suppose, because of where the district is, or it could be gooseneck. I mean,
Can we just retain jurisdiction and leave it at that?
We
Yes.
can, we can.
We don't
condition
need
it.
to know anything.
Yeah.
No, but if they've thought about if they do have something, so it would be good to know, but if not, we'd condition it. Yep.
I think that there also could be 2 signs on this building, one to each street. Just FYI.
And is
Yeah, and that's where I think if it's at all possible to defer until we've got a tenant and that tenant can figure out what they want to do for signage. I think that might be best, just to give them maximum flexibility.
Yeah. And are the 2 addresses, because like the retail component could be 97 and the residence would be 99 potentially, so they each have distinct addresses. Is that? Might we just want to confirm again? Fire department usually wants to make sure they know the addresses. Brian, right? It's usually in those letters.
Or because it's a corner entry, it could be that it's a Water Street address versus a Wakefield address.
But this application was for 99 to 97, right? So.
Yeah, it's currently 97 and 99. Yep, exactly. Water Street.
So it's just something to confirm. I mean, it's usually the fire department, they want to know what the address is. If they get a call, I mean, be the same building, but if it's 97, they know it's the store. If it's 99, they know it's residential, that type of thing, potentially. So, okay, anything else, board members? All right, so we have quite a laundry list. Do you want to try for 2 weeks, Brian, or do you want to go 4 and try to get a lot of this covered at once?
What do you guys think, Savario? What are your thoughts?
You think you can do it in 2 weeks?
2 weeks is pretty quick.
I'm ambitious. I'd like to shoot for 2 weeks.
Okay.
I think 2 weeks is probably doable. Not to speak for Carlton, but from my end, it seems fine.
That's the spirit, Rob. That's the spirit.
All right.
I move that we continue this to our next meeting.
Second.
That would be April 28th. Okay, any
April
discussion?
28th.
Yep. All right, all in favor, Chip,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
and I'm yes. Okay, thanks for the updates. Appreciate where we're headed with this. We'll see you in a couple of weeks with more updates.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay. Our next continued hearing, 21-45, 21-46, at 49 Harrison Avenue.
Yep.
Hi, Brian.
Mr. Chairman. 1 second to try to. Okay. Thank you. For the record, Brian McGrail representing Hagos Wall, the owner of 49 Harrison Avenue in Wakefield. I think with me tonight is Haley Kahase, who is Mr. Wald's son, who has been representing him through this process. Haley, are you here?
Yep.
Yes, I am.
Oh, great.
I'm here.
Thank you. So if I can, I'm going to share the screen. Let me just see. I got the wrong one opened. So I think the board was pretty satisfied with this. We gave a lengthy presentation. Our architect was at the last meeting. And we went through it in detail. And really one of the issues that we, if you remember, that we had to figure out was whether this garage was going to be attached and become part of the single-family dwelling for setback purposes. And the board determined that it was, because remember we talked about the walls back there and whether it was, you know, we determined that once this was all finished, it would become part of it. So the site civil had to redo or reset his plan to account for that. And what he actually did was he located the garage, which wasn't located before. So it's 1.6 feet off of the property line. And then if the board recalls under footnote 10 of the dimensional tables, you have to have 20 feet from any single family dwelling. And he did that, he shot that, and we're actually at 19.4. We had applied for a variance on that just in case. I'm happy to bring up the architectural plans if you'd like, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Did they change? Because
No, they didn't, but just to refresh your memory.
Oh, okay. Because we
yeah.
got an update on
Nothing changed on the on these. And this is basically the existing, and this is going to be a deck on top of the garage. The addition's going out in the back, porch on the front, and it's going to connect. So
We just see your email, Brian.
it's okay. Oh, you didn't see it?
Nope.
Sorry.
Thought you were still clicking.
Anything good on my email, Greg?
Nope, not this time.
I tried not to look.
It's all right. There you go. That better?
Yep.
Okay. So that's kind of the existing condition. And the deck is going to go on, the addition in the back and the porch in the front. So back to the plan. So this is kind of interesting on the relief that we need, or we're requesting, because of the odd shape of the lot and the topography. We're requesting a finding for the following. So if we go through the table, the lot area is 12, the requirement's 12,000. It's existing 5449. We're not changing it, but it's a legal non-conforming lot. The front setback requirement is 20. The existing is 53.3. It's set way back. With the addition of the porch, it's going to be at 44.6. So we don't need any relief on that. For the side yard, the requirement is 15. The existing on this side is 10.2. The proposed is going to be 1.6. So normally we would think we need a variance, but because it already doesn't comply, the board can do that with a finding if it so desires, because we're extending that nonconformity into an area that's already nonconforming. The rear setback, the requirement is 25. The existing is nonconforming 21.8. We're proposing to go closer at 11.8. And again, because it already doesn't conform, the board can do that with a finding. The building coverage requirement is 30%. Existing is 19%. Proposed is 26. We meet that requirement. Minimum open area is 40%. Existing is 81. We're still going to have 74% open area. So that meets the requirement. So I think that this can be done with a finding. This can be done with a finding. General finding for the whole non-conforming lot. What needs a variance is, I believe, is this under footnote 10. And to just take a look at that with the board to make sure that the board agrees with me.
Which we did on another project not too long ago, right?
Yeah, but I just want,
yeah.
I would like the board's eye on this.
Yep. And the plan you're showing is dated April 12th. The one we got was March 31st. I think there's a typo there. It doesn't show 1.6 on our copy. The side setback. So.
Oh, I sent that in. I sent that in on Friday with a 1.6, I believe.
Let me double check. The one that's in the file doesn't say that. So we'll just,
On the table, Mr. Chair, or on the plan itself?
on the plan that you just showed, where you went through the list, it wasn't,
Yeah, that, I had him correct that today. You're right, because it wasn't, he made a typo on that. So that's
Yeah,
been
'cause the-
fixed.
okay, yeah, the plan, that one you should just show it said April 12th, which was. Monday.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll just need an updated copy of that.
Yeah, so this
And
is
you're going-
interesting. Hang on, I'm gonna bring this up. So his footnote 10. There's no minimum building separation between buildings on the same lot in the single residence or special single residence zoning district. Additionally, all dwellings and accessory structures other than fences to be constructed on a lot in a single residence and special single residence zoning district must maintain a minimum separation of 20 feet from any dwelling on an abutting parcel. So this regulation shall not permit the reduction of any setback, but may increase those requirements. So this is kind of unique because the garage, because this applies to all dwellings and accessory structures. So the garage already doesn't meet that requirement. So, I think we could argue that we're like really not changing that, but then when we connect it to the house, now it's not an accessory dwelling, accessory structure, it's becoming the dwelling itself. And that doesn't meet that 20 feet, because once we connect that garage, it becomes part of the single family dwelling. It's not a separate structure. That's why I think it needs a variance.
But Brian, it states that all dwellings and accessory structures.
Yeah, so right now.
You
we
went
cover-
from an accessory structure to a dwelling.
Yeah, so I think we need to meet the 20 feet, but I think right now the garage is an accessory structure that doesn't meet that requirement.
I think it's a continuation of a nonconformity.
I think once it becomes part of the dwelling, which it's going to, now it's a different animal. It's no longer a grandfathered accessory structure. It's something new. It's becoming part of the dwelling.
So is it more like changing the use? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Greg, because the
They're
dwelling,
not changing the use.
the single family dwelling met the 20-foot distance requirement from the neighbor. Once we
Yeah.
connect the garage, it now becomes part of the single family dwelling. It's no longer an accessory structure. And I think you could argue that it, maybe it's a finding trip, but I would like to be
Fine,
concerned.
I mean, if it's a belt and suspenders thing just for the future, then we'll make it a variance.
Yeah, Brian, what do you think is the most conservative? Because
I think to ask for the variance, Greg. Do you see my point though, that one could argue that the single family dwelling is 20 feet away, okay? The garage, accessory structure garage is not. So that's grandfathered, but once you connect that accessory structure to the single family, now that accessory structure becomes part of the single family. So you're right, that's what I'm kind of getting at, Greg. It kind of changes the use of it, and now it's a single family that doesn't meet that requirement. And I would be concerned by doing that with a finding.
Yeah, seemingly no one has any concerns with the project, so.
Yeah,
whatever's
that neighbor.
More
actually-
conservative, so.
Yeah.
okay. Any questions from any other board members on that? Okay, thanks, Brian. All right, so that was
We're
all.
looking for two findings and a variance.
Yeah, really 3 findings as it relates to the whole property, because it doesn't meet,
Okay.
just the property as a whole, because it's a non-conforming lot, and then the side setback and the rear setback for the finding trip.
And belts and suspenders.
Yeah, and then, also a finding on the, on the distance with the houses, but then a variance on top of it.
You can't have both.
Well, you're making a general finding on the property.
Yeah, so there's 2 applications, a finding and a variance. So we
That's
will
right.
make a finding with those relative details, right, on the various aspects that are.
Right, and then we'll do a variance for the 20 feet.
Right, and on the finding, those things are already non-conforming. And these aren't making them worse, right? Or they're making them,
You're intensifying them.
they're intensifying, but they're still correct.
You're
They're
allowed
already
to-
non-compliant.
But they're not detrimental to the neighborhood.
Substantially more detrimental. That's the
Correct.
They're not potentially more detrimental.
Yeah.
And if we find that they are, we still approve it.
And then a separate vote would be for the variance, as Brian said, on that paragraph in table 10. I'm table 2. Okay, so any last comments, questions, board members? We'll open up one more time for public testimony and don't know if there is any public testimony. If somebody raises their hand, we will recognize them at this time. Not seeing any, we'll close it to public testimony.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I would give this a shot.
Okay.
I move that we determine, based on the plot plan presented to us by Tom, don't move it. Thomas Bernardi, dated
April 21.
April 12th.
12th, I'm sorry.
Thanks. If you're gonna help, be right. April 12th, 2021, that we find the increase of the nonconformities presented in the front side setback and the rear setback, as well as the lot as a whole, are not more detrimental to the neighborhood. And if we determine that they, and we find also that it's just not more detrimental to the neighborhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the two, sorry if I can clarify, it's two-pronged. We're finding that they are intensifying the existing.
They are intensifying and
But they're not
that they're
substantially
not more detrimental to the neighborhood.
That's
So
the
there are
two-pronged.
3 points within that finding that are intensifying, but not more detrimental to the neighborhood.
Correct.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Thank you.
All right, any discussion? Not regular voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
and I vote yes, so that's unanimous.
I move that we grant a variance based on number, what,
190-66.
190-66, number 10, right?
Oh, footnote 10 of table 2 of the bylaw.
190-66 and number 10 of the, oh God, it's late.
Table 2.
And table 2 of the bylaw, allowing for 19.4, approximately 19.4 inches as compared to 20 inches for the garage, which is now part of the dwelling, to be located next to the neighbor, from the neighbor.
Second.
Thank you.
The chair, just a point of, I think Mr. Tabell mistakenly said inches. It's 19.4 feet.
That's,
Feet.
yeah.
Sorry.
That's right.
We're gonna have to bring in the pinch hitter for motions, Chip, pretty soon. No. Any discussion on the motion? Same voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
and I'm also yes. Okay, so that too passes unanimously. All right. So we're all set there. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. For those waiting in the wings, we're starting to move on to new hearings now. Case 21-47, Adam Johnston at 21 Shumway Circle.
Hi. Good evening. Thanks to the board for your time tonight. So for the record, my name is Adam Johnston. I'm the owner of the property in question at 21 Shumway Circle. I'll be representing myself on this matter. Let me share my screen. So we were requesting a variance for the construction of a deck off the rear of our property. So this is the recently commissioned survey plot. showing the existing structure here and then the proposed deck off the rear. So you can see there's a currently 32.5 feet clearance to the rear property line, zoned for a 25-foot setback, and there's 15 feet of clearance on the side, aligned with the 15-foot side yard setback. So essentially, we're requesting a relief to be able to build a deck that extends a few feet into that setback. That would be 12 feet coming out from the existing structure of the house, leaving about 20.5 feet of distance to the rear property line. And then on the side yard, extending this stair, which makes a turnaround the edge of the deck here, 3 feet and 3 inches into that side yard, which closes the distance to the side property line to 11 feet 7 inches. Sorry, I believe that should be 11.7 feet. So I can show the architectural plan if it's of interest, just for the proposed deck. It's essentially as seen in the previous slide. Fairly modest in size, 12 feet extending from the house, 14 feet in length, and then a stair which has a landing partway down due to the height of the deck. So this is on our main floor, but the rear yard with a slope going back is about an 11-foot drop. So it's elevated off the rear of the house. And the specific circumstances around the construction is that, so we purchased the house about 2 years ago, and the previous owner had done a lot of renovations to the property, but at the time of the purchase, a few of those were not yet completed. And so this is actually the current rear of the house, and you can see the double doors and the work that was done in preparation for the building of a deck here. So the ledger board has been affixed, and then there are a number of electrical fixtures already roughed in for lights and outlets. And so this is actually on our, it's a little difficult to see in this picture from with the slope of the yard. This is the main floor of the house, and these doors are essentially our living room. So currently there's this yard door with a door to nowhere, a drop off there of about 11 feet.
It's locked.
It is. We took the doorknob off. So we find ourselves in the position of really needing to do something to address this, either removing the door and the accompanying prep work that's been done for a deck, or to build a deck, which is obviously a preference. And with the current setback, that would really only allow us to build a deck of 7.5 feet, and with a stair included in that, then obviously we're dropping down to about a 4.5 foot deck extending from the house. So it's our preference to be able to build a more functional deck, given that we sort of are in the position of needing to you go through the expense of building something in this location. I have additional pictures just to show the spacing here to the on the left to the side yard. Currently 15 feet of distance, and you can see that the adjacent structure there is the garage of our neighbors, so not the dwelling unit. And then from the other orientation here, here's the distance to the rear yard. So that's the general gist of it. So just requesting a variance to allow us to extend a little bit into those setbacks.
Okay.
So why isn't the stairway on the other side as opposed to this side? So you're only asking for one item.
Right. So going up. So having it. So the height requires that we have a turn, a landing partway down on the stair, and we prefer that for safety. And basically having it on this side, has the deck, has those stairs kind of going down into the corner of the yard rather than outward into the main space of the yard. So it's essentially, we're sort of, just trying to functionalize that and have that kind of make sense as far as where you walk down to. And yeah.
It's not architectural, anything tied to the window or what else is on that back elevation?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
But it's not architectural. It sounds like it's more
I would
just
describe it as a
desire, not
preference.
something in the structure that requires it, or that the existing
I think
construction.
that is fair to say. We like that it allows us to have a line of sight to the street when we're on that space, that we can look to the front of the house from there, and also that it sort of flows to the backyard. But I think it's totally fair to say that it's a preference rather than a necessity. Yeah.
Okay.
And the stairway, Dave, would not have to wrap, if you took that whole stairway and pushed it on the other side, then the discharge would be towards that side yard as opposed to the back of the back of the deck, I suppose.
If it ran directly here.
So they just take a turn and it would turn out towards the other side yard.
So going from here down to here.
Yeah. So well, if you took that whole layout, if you took that whole stair layout and moved it to the other side of the deck where the 12-foot is, then when you turned down and turned out, you would be going right under the side yard, if that's what the intent is to discharge more into the larger part of the yard.
Yeah, I guess going from the back and back in toward the house, if that's what you're describing. We did intend to have some storage space under here, so I guess we were trying to leave opening on this side of the deck. But otherwise, I would not say that this is the only option available to us. Like I said, it is our kind of preferred design, but I do understand if that's not in the cards given the request.
Well, the deck's a reasonable size. I mean, from the rear, I don't have a problem. I mean, 12 feet it's enough, as you showed in the picture, to get a table and chairs out there. So given the amount of space you have to work with, that's reasonable and modest. I think it's a legit question, again, in terms of hardship for that side setback. If the stairs could be on the other side and you could still make it work somehow, there'd be less relief required here, obviously. So any other board members have comments?
Can I ask if you've talked to the neighbor on that side, if they have any concerns? Or I guess the rear neighbors too, either one.
So no, the side neighbors, we have relayed to them our desire to build a deck there. They're very aware of that and fine with it. We have not gone over the specifics of the design, and the rear neighbors, we have not discussed with them. I do have an overview. Just this is the relative distance to the surrounding houses. So this here being the garage for the neighbors, and still at a pretty significant distance from their dwelling. And then the same as in the neighbors to the back, there's a pretty significant distance. At present, there's pretty, we have a pretty clear view into both of these backyards, essentially. And I actually think the deck space here would lessen that concern. That would actually give both of us a little more privacy. They can currently see directly into our living room, essentially.
Adam, was there a previous deck there built before? Looks like there's a ledger board, nailed to the wall. Looks like there was a deck there. It must have been, right? I mean, you have a ladder.
So no, actually, this was at least not to my knowledge. So that was the intent. This was an addition built by the previous owner, and just the work to build that deck was not completed by the time we had purchased.
Okay.
I can give you a little history being a neighborhood, not that it matters. They were going to build the deck and then they realized they had to get a variance to do it, so they stopped
And left it
the
like that.
addition.
And ran out the front door.
Yeah, and sold.
Well, at least they didn't build it without getting relief, and this
Oh, I
new owner
think it
is here.
got caught. I think it got caught when they went for the OC.
Yeah. All right, any other comments, questions, board members?
I guess I just want to circle back. Are we asking him to move the stairs to the other side, or are we looking to grant the variance as he has for his desire?
I don't have a problem with this. Stairs.
Yeah. I don't either. It goes right into someone's garage.
Yeah, I mean,
The garage blocks is between the two, like the stairs in the house anyway.
Yeah, it's not even near the other house.
Those neighbors were notified?
oh yeah.
They have to, it's, yeah.
Everybody
yeah.
knows.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's see if they're on the call and see
Yeah,
if
I was
they.
gonna say, they might be attending.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
might be, they might be.
Yeah, well, I asked him too if he had spoken to them, so at least got that. So that's what I
Yeah.
was trying to get to.
I don't believe they're on the call because I believe they're out of town, but we,
Good timing.
You'd be surprised who's on the call.
Well, we will open to the public in a moment here, just in case. There could be other folks in the neighborhood, maybe not these direct abutters.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't have a particular problem with it either, just in theory, again, given the distances to the abutting properties and such, it just, applying the standard of a variance and a hardship, I struggle a little bit with the side one more than the back one, given the whole layout of the site, but again, as long-
What are we talking? I'm sorry, I interrupted. What are we talking about? 3 feet?
3 feet, 3.5, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean,
No, I know.
yeah.
Just
No.
applying the standard as we are supposed to do. Okay. If there's nothing else, board members at this time, I can open up to public testimony to see if there is anyone who has a comment or question. Just scanning for hands. If anyone has a comment or question, please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting. Not seeing any hands, going once, going twice. We'll close it to public testimony. Go back to the board. So
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, just for the record, Chip, I'm sorry. I meant to do this before. We did hear correspondence from the town engineer, the fire department, and the Concom, who all said they reviewed the plans and didn't have any objections. Concom obviously not in their jurisdiction, so not requiring further review. So just for the record, we did hear from other boards. Thank you. Back to you, Chip.
So the one suggestion I would do is I would condition this motion with that this deck can never be closed in and created as a room. That would be the one condition I would put on it. I can't do the switch and bait, bait and switch. Oh, it's a deck now. It's a 3-season porch. Now it's the extension of my living room. So that the condition will be that it just remains a deck as this does carry with the property and not with the owner. So given that, I move that we grant the variance for 20 Shumway Circle to Adam Johnson based upon the survey presented to us tonight by J&B Survey dated October 23rd, 2020 to allow the side yard setback to be 11 feet 7 inches and the rear setback to be 20 feet 5 inches as shown, and that the one condition is that the deck always remains a deck and cannot be enclosed and made a space.
That's your motion?
That's my motion, based upon the topography and shape of the lot.
Is that your
Thank you.
motion?
Now that's my motion.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
It's 21 Shumway, not 20.
Didn't I say 21?
You said 20.
Did I? Thanks, Greg.
Decks for everyone.
Look at that. Picking out little things all night tonight.
You are.
Doors on one thing, numbers on another.
Good thing you got reappointed. Will, any discussion on the motion? Regular voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that's unanimous. So Mr. Johnson, procedurally, again, I don't know if you're familiar with how this goes, but I will draft the decision on your behalf. I will send it to you. If you can reach out to Gail Conroy. I don't know if I have your email address. We'll need that. If you, she's on the call. She's the secretary in the building department, and I'll send that decision to you. Once we've agreed that it's good to go, it'll get filed, and you need to register at the Middlesex Registry of Deeds. And there's a 20-day appeal period. If nobody appeals, then you can go request a building permit. So look
Sounds
for
great.
correspondence from me in the coming days. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks so much for your time.
All right. Good luck to you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Next.
I just got to check the box. Next new hearing, 21-48, Andrew J. Kieran and Kara A. Kieran at 30 Keeling Road.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, I'm back. Attorney Brian McGrail representing the Karens who are on, I see them on the Zoom.
Hi, everyone.
Good evening.
Also with us tonight is Molly Richter, who is their architect on this project.
Hello.
The Karens own the property at 30 Keeling Road in Wakefield, and they're looking to put a modest addition on. The Karens kind of got stuck in the middle of process, because I think you have on your agenda tonight to approve a zoning administrator. So normally you're probably going to look at this and say, why are the Karens here? Because Ben, until after tonight, doesn't have the authority to do this.
This is just a continuation of non-conformity,
I
right?
think what you're going to find is this is actually just a finding that there is no intensification, and it, it doesn't even need to get to the second prong, but that's for you to decide. So let me bring up the plans. So this is the site plan. Karen's own the properties I mentioned at 30 Keeling Road. It's been done by Hayes Engineering. As you can see, this is their existing dwelling, and this is the proposed addition that they want to put on the back of the house. It doesn't go any closer than the current house, matches 9.6. It doesn't take anything out of compliance. Just to quickly go through the table. Obviously the lot area is not changing. Front setback doesn't change. Side setback stays the same. Rear setback remains the same because this deck, it goes further out. Minimum frontage stays the same. Minimum lot width is the same. Lot area stays the same. We do not exceed maximum building coverage, and they continue to comply with open space. It's really just it's an extension of a non-conformity. We would argue that there is no intensification or extension of the non-conformity, and it's a first prong finding by your board. We do have the architectural plans if the board is interested in those. I will show them because perhaps you want to make them part of the record.
Sure, if you want.
Yep.
Representative of the architect wants to go through them quickly. Sure.
Yep. Because maybe Molly can comment on those if she needs to. Okay. So
Would you like me to go through it, Brian, or do you want?
Yeah, you can just maybe, I'll scroll through, Molly. You can explain what you're doing. That'd be great. You're here. I'd appreciate that. Sure, the board would. So I'll stay here. Go ahead, Molly.
Okay, so this is the site, sir. The site, both the existing on the left and the proposed on the right. And you can see that the addition is straight across the back. It's only 7.5 feet deep. It's a modest addition, again, that like many Wakefield families, they want to stay in town but are short on space. So this lets them get the kitchen addition master suite that they're designing. So the demolition is minimal across the back, open up that back wall, and then put in a new foundation to support just a one-story addition across the back. And you can keep scrolling down. So no work is, well, minimal. We're gonna put laundry up onto the second floor. So that's the only extent of the work upstairs. And then on the next, these are the existing elevations. It's a cape with an addition on the right. As Brian mentioned, this addition was done, well, I don't think he did, but 5 years ago, they did a small addition to the right side of the house. And that was part of one of the things that surprised them when we had to go through this process is 5 years ago, they were working on a non-conforming lot, but didn't have to go through this process. So we've learned that without that zoning enforcement person, and we needed to go through it. But this is just the demolition addition. And then on the next page, the addition on the right is the first floor. You can see the master bedroom and the kitchen both expand across the back. And then if you scroll down a few, you can see the back elevation, lighting plans, and a little further down. So this on the bottom left, those 3 windows across the back on the second floor are existing. And then the triple window on the left is the kitchen, bathroom, and then the master. And then on the proposed left elevation over on the right, you can see that small section coming out, just that 1-story addition is all they're asking. So we're not extending past the existing left side setback line and not making the non-conforming any more egregious. So
They
full
got caught
construction
in the
documents.
crosshairs.
What's that?
They got caught.
They did.
Timing.
Yeah, it was
It's all
just
about
tough timing.
Yeah, that's
It's on our
basically,
agenda. Yeah, apologize, but yep. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Can I ask, and Brian, I didn't think to ask this sooner, but would it be more beneficial to the homeowners timing wise to not do this right now, have Benny get made the zoning enforcement officer and then apply for the permit tomorrow? And because if we do this, we have a hearing, I mean, we have an appeal period and a much longer process when these drawings were submitted for permit already. So they're of course eager to get going. And I'm not trying to circumnavigate things. I'm just curious if that's an option.
I think he'll issue the permit. That's my guess.
Well, that's wonderful.
Yeah, I do. I mean, that's my guess because, you know, I can answer the question for you. He's going to get appointed tonight. I don't know when that's going to be official with the town council, if that has to go to them. So I don't think
Your appeal period will probably be shorter than that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get this file we'll get this, Dave, I'll send this to you tomorrow if you can, it's gonna be pretty basic and,
And he'll probably, and you can always, start with your own peril too.
yeah, because he can make the finding on top of that, Molly, but let's get this done and filed.
Okay, we'll follow the steps then. Thank you.
Because even if we do it, it has to be confirmed by the town council and they meet, I think, again, April 26th. So.
Oh, I see. Okay,
They have
excellent.
to confirm our appointment. So.
All right.
Either way, it'll happen in the next couple of weeks.
We'll continue through the process then. Thank you.
Thank
you.
And being thorough.
Good question though.
Yeah. And being thorough as they are, my clients have neighbor support.
I was going to read those, but you have them. Okay. If you want to just show them on screen so everyone can see those.
And in particular, the people that are on the side of where the addition is going to be.
Molly, what kind of basement? Is it crawl space or is it gonna be a full basement?
No, it's a full basement.
Okay.
So we're not going any deeper than the existing. So we'll just continue out that slab at the same depth.
Okay.
What's the date for the Hayes Engineering site plan?
Trying to open it, hold on.
February 25th.
February 25. Yep.
And the architecturals are February 25th as well, that looks like. Just
February 26th.
Yeah, 26.
We had to get theirs first.
Yep. Okay.
Molly, what's the name of your firm?
Hogan Richter Architects. That's right,
Stamp somewhere on there.
on the top right, if you scroll a
yeah.
little bit.
Covered by our pictures.
What might remember, Polly's husband Charlie used to work in the engineering department. He's now the town engineer in Linfield.
Oh, that's right. I knew the name sounded familiar.
Okay, pretty straightforward. Board members, anything else? All right, for the record, we'll open up the public testimony. If anyone is on the call that has a comment or question about this application, please raise your hand. I'll entertain that at this time. Seeing none, we'll close with the public testimony.
I move that the addition being presented to us for the Kernans at 30 Keeling Road, presented to us this evening with the site plan by Hayes Engineering dated 2/25/2021, and the architecturals presented by Hogan Richter Architects dated 2/26/2021. Find that the addition being proposed is Brian, help me with the words. I'm drawing a
Not
blank.
increase or intensify.
Does not increase or intensify the nonconformity that is already presented.
Okay,
Second.
thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All right, regular voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Jim,
Pass my
Yep.
vote, pass my vote on this one to one of the other members and the next vote as well.
okay, second. Dom, you're up. So Chip and Amy, you said yay. Joe,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay, so that's unanimous. You have your finding.
Thank you all.
Sorry,
Thank
I had to go
you.
through it, but
Thanks.
we'll make it better for the next.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night. Good luck to you.
You too.
Good night.
All right. Brian, you on this next one too?
I am, last one. Well,
21-49, Arthur A. Prusalis?
Prusalis, yes.
Prusalis, thank you. 34 Salem Street.
Great. For the record, Brian McGraw representing Arthur Prusalis, owner of property at 34 Salem Street, for a determination and a finding of respect to a continuation extension of non-conforming use under Article 9, Section 19050, and this would be B because it's an accessory structure. With me tonight is Michael Prusalis on behalf of his dad. Mike also lives on Salem Street. Mike's been before the board a number of times, so I think the board is familiar with Mike. This is a pretty straightforward application. Mr. Prusalis has a multifamily or 3-family dwelling according to the assessors, and he also has a 2-car garage on the property. And let me see if I can find the plan. And unfortunately for Mr. Prusalis, the 2-car garage was some time ago, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, was struck by a car. The 2-car garage, it's very old. It has block walls. So the car, Mike can give a little bit more detail as we go on, but the car went right through the garage, and it's kind of, it's not structurally sound. It's been shored up. And basically what Mr. Prusalis is seeking to do is to just rebuild the garage in its current location. But because he can't match the block on the other side, he's going to cut down the block and make it wood clapboard walls instead of the block wall. So you can see where it is. Comes off of Pleasant Street. This is a corner lot, 2-car garage. I can show the architectural plans. Okay. Pretty basic garage. It's gonna be clapboard. It's gonna match the exact footprint right where it is. Same size. Single story, just like what's there. Has a little shed on the back, which is there now. Quite honestly, you
Is
know,
this another one that could have been determined if he was the zoning administrator?
potentially, but it's not a single or two family, so I think Ben probably would have bounced it to you anyways.
As an accessory?
Yeah, yeah, you know, he might have, but we, you know, we tried to make the argument, it's really repair work because it was damaged, you know, by a catastrophe. But he felt it should come to the board. So, you know, we feel it's a pretty straightforward finding for what is there and what's happening. But Ben wanted it to come before the board, so we're here. Mike, are you here? Can you maybe just kind of give a little bit more detail to the board on what happened to the garage?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Can we
Yeah,
see you?
Can you identify yourself, Mike, for the board?
Oh, yeah, Mike Prusalis, 199 Salem Street. And a couple of years ago, a little more now, person driving down Pleasant Street had a heart attack and drove into the garage, damaging basically the front and the side and half of the rear. The block is just stacked block and it cracked and is not there anymore, some of it. So it's just temporarily shored up, holding up the roof. And so that side there is the side that got hit.
We lost your screen there.
Right here, there you go, this is a garage.
Yeah.
This is
front-
before it got hit.
So that side near the driveway is the side that got hit to the front and then also the rear of that side.
So the car came right in here, Mike.
Yeah.
And you can see this is, you know, this is the old fashioned block. From the turn of the century. It's not even, it's like just kind of rounded block. So how's the construction gonna be now, Mike? According to those plans, it's gonna be wood frame, right?
Wood with vinyl siding to match the house.
Okay.
So I would certainly say it's, you know, certainly not substantially more detrimental because it's basically exactly what's been there. It's not adding on anything.
Yep, that 190/50B only has one prong. It's just.
That's right.
just that. What
Correct.
he's proposing to do is not substantially more detrimental. And that does not seem to be the case, to me anyway. Okay. Any other board members have a comment or question?
Site and plan dates. Can we go back to those?
Real quick, are you guys reusing the foundation? Or are you ripping the whole thing up and repouring a new foundation?
Reusing the foundation.
Okay. Are you sure?
Makes it even.
Does it have a foundation? Are you sure about that?
Slab.
Slab.
Just gonna build right on top of the old slab? I guess that's a Ben question.
Yeah, that's the plan, right, Mike? You're gonna just go right on top of the slab. You're gonna cut, what'd you say, Mike? You're gonna leave a little bit of the block?
There may be one row of block before the wood.
That's the call of the building department anyway.
Yeah, that's why I said it's a Ben issue. So,
Brian, want to open the plot plan so I can see who did it?
Fine.
He had it open. I don't know, Brian.
Yeah, there it is.
You closed it for some, there we go.
Oh, God, can't we get normal names?
No, it's Gloral Associates. That's the stamp. It's Gloral Associates, right?
Yeah.
Right, Gloral Associates.
September 16th. And did they do the architecturals too? It's all one plan, Brian?
No. There's the architectural.
I'm looking for a name.
I don't know that we necessarily need it.
No, but it's provided and we should refer to
Yeah.
it
Okay.
because it does show it, the structure.
Garage repair.
Brian, do you know who that is? It's drawn by
Okay, right now.
JWV.
Hold on,
Yeah. Interesting. There's no,
it's spinning. Garage repair, Purcell's residence.
Mr.
No
Rosales,
stamp.
do you know the architect's name or company name?
He's got a stamp.
There's a stamp.
Yeah,
Uh,
hold on.
Why do your copies have stamps, but the ones that are in the application do not?
Well, they do with, if you go to the other sheets.
I'm gonna just say as architectural plans presented to us this evening.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, Brian, I'm looking at the application. There's one plot plan, no stamp. There's 2 pages.
Oh,
of
the plot plan,
architecture.
because he had stamp, we didn't have a stamp copy. I've got a stamp copy here, which I'm gonna send in. This is your stamp copy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Same with the architecture.
Yep.
Thank you.
This is the architect, this is stamped by a structural engineer.
Not an architect, doesn't matter. Yeah. So Richard Smith,
Richard Arnold Smith, structural.
date.
It's at the 10th.
The
9,
date on
10,
it,
20,
Brian.
September 10, 2020.
Anything else, board members, on this one? All right, we'll once again open up public testimony. If anyone left on the call has a comment or question, please raise your hand in the Zoom and I will call on you. Seeing no hands, we'll close it to public testimony.
People with hands up, Mr. Chair.
Hello.
Oh, where did that come? Oh, you're waving. Sorry. I was looking in the in the participant list. Sorry. Yes, the Hughes. Please go ahead. Hi.
David Marshall and my wife Maureen Hughes. We are the abutter in the greenhouse adjacent to this garage. We're pleased that it's finally being tackled after 3 years.
2017, yep.
Uh,
This picture is very old. It's not the current picture, just so you know. I do have a photograph of the actual driveway more currently. I have 2 issues that we just wanted to, talk about. The first one would be, go ahead, Dave. It's about the measurement on the plan.
So the
Can I share a picture with you?
Oh, let me stop sharing so Mrs. Hughes can, go ahead. Sorry.
Is that okay?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Dave. Start talking about it. These guys are tired.
This is a detail of the plot plan. The surveyor accurately recorded or as far as I can tell, accurately recorded the garage as it currently stands. Unfortunately, as it currently stands, it's got about a 1-foot addition to the side that was damaged. It's a build out that's supporting the structure and containing the broken concrete block behind. But that build out extends about an additional foot closer to the property line. So as you can see in this zoom part, it's indicating 2 feet between the corner of the garage and the property line. That should be 3 feet once you remove the repaired build out.
We could show you a picture of that.
So
if you
our
like.
concern is just that we do follow the original outline of the garage without intruding any further toward the property line. The yellow arrow in the back corner shows a notch in the corner, which is actually a reflection of that build out.
So I wanted to show you a photograph of the.
It would appear the shoring basically is probably holding up the building. That's where the additional footage is coming in.
Yes. And you can see in the wrap with the printing on it, that's the shoring which juts out from the original structure of the building.
And that shows up in the architect's new drawing, so it's just probably a small error on his part. But if we could show you the driveways, as you might have noticed, Mike's photograph of the dad's garage, how it used to look, wonderful old garage. But without that extra footage, snow removal is just insane. So losing a foot, it seems like, what's the big deal? But that's how close our, hard top, that's the extent of, the snow removal area. So losing a foot is kind of big. So we just wanted him to stay within the actual, as he said, within the actual foundation of the original garage. But when the architectural drawing came across, we looked like we had lost a foot there. Small, but sort of important.
We go back to that architectural drawing, Brian.
Yeah. Yep.
Can you clarify, is there a discrepancy here? Or a misunderstanding of the plan? Was the intent to build on the original footprint and not?
Yeah, Mike, do you have any input on this? Because.
Yeah, the plan reflects the original footprint.
Which plan? The site plan or the architectural plan?
I think both of them, don't they?
Well, what Mrs. Hughes is saying, I think, is that the site plan is wrong because when Gloro went out, it had the shoring up and they based the site plan on the shoring up, which sticks further out than the actual original footprint. Is that right, Mrs. Hughes?
Yes, it's a small amount, Mike, but it ends up being about a foot, which he just, included that in your new designs.
Yeah, they
So-
probably sent the real smart guy out to draw the picture.
Yeah, so we're happy that you guys are going to get to rebuild this for your, for your dad and
Yeah, so
Brenda.
the dimension on the architectural is probably the one that it's gonna be.
It says 20
That's what
Can I see the
original
site
footprint
plan?
is.
You want the site plan, Chip?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
But the footprint says 20 feet, 11 inches by 20 feet, 11 inches. The question is that the actual dimension of the original garage or with the shoring up?
I'm sure what Gloro did is take the tie back and make that their side of the building,
Probably.
right?
Says 20.
So I can see that not, so.
Yeah.
Brian, I think we can do this with just a condition that it goes on the old foundation and does not encroach any greater than it did.
Yeah, that's fine.
The surveyor's dimension may be right because it's 21.2 feet. The architect is 21.11. So I think the architect went out there and took his own dimension and didn't pay attention to what's on the surveyors.
Thank you. That's what we saw.
Okay, it can be handled with a condition and we can,
Yeah,
Wait a minute, I just want to understand it so we do this right. So Jim, do you think the architect's wrong or the survey is wrong?
Architect's wrong.
And the survey is wrong as well.
right, because it can't be a foot.
I don't think so. The surveyor's got 21.2 feet. The architect has 21.11 inches. 0.2 is not 11 inches.
Could they both
Understood.
be wrong?
one at a
They're
time,
both-
please.
They're,
One at a
they're both wrong.
Yeah. Why don't we,
Do we have something shown?
why are we debating on who's wrong? Why don't we just condition it like Dave said? It has to be on the old.
That's fine. I'm just pointing out there's a discrepancy as noted, but I think that the survey is probably more right than the architect.
Okay, but is this drawing we're showing representing the existing? Because it has this notch, it does show it not square to the, not parallel to the lot line. It shows 20 feet on that
Well,
edge.
if the architect didn't take in the shored up wall, he's probably the one who measured it correctly, because Gloro probably just measured the outside of the building, including the shore.
Yeah.
Yes.
Looks at,
That sounds right, Mike.
I think what Mr. Hughes is saying is, you see this little notch,
that's assuring.
right? Yeah. Because this one goes out and then this one goes out. And I think what Mr. Hughes is saying, it should go back like that, right?
Correct.
Yes, there should not be the notch, the extension of the
notch.
notch toward the property line
That, not,
is a representation of the shoring.
yeah,
So my suggestion would be we don't care about really the dimensions other than that we say it cannot, that it has to go on the old foundation and cannot encroach any greater than it did. If that's what the users want.
Sounds great.
That's great. And I may have a wrong part, just now that the garage will be functional again, someone has been parking outside of the garage door and they really block, as you go to pull out of my driveway, I can show you a picture of that too. It's a tenant there. It's very difficult to see around that car that gets parked. I could show you a picture of what that looks like. So just if they could, Mike could, help us out that perhaps that space isn't used for parking. Could I share a picture?
I think that's
That
something
we
you should
really
take up
can't
with
do.
Mike offline. Yeah, that's not an
Okay.
issue for us. That's for you
Thank you.
guys to work out. Yes. We appreciate, but that's not what we're covering here. But your
That's
other comment,
fine.
perfectly valid. And it's going to work its way into a condition, most likely in our decision.
Thank you.
Any other? Sure. And I apologize, I didn't see you waving right off.
It's okay.
They waited
Anyone
a
else?
long time for that.
We all waited a long time.
And,
It's a long night.
and poor Arthur, they've waited a really long time. So
Yeah.
this will be good.
All right, seeing no other hands waving or blue hands in the Zoom meeting, we'll close with the public testimony. So again, back to the board. Again, if we're ready to perhaps make a motion, again, I would point you to 19050B as an accessory pre-existing non-conforming structure or building in this case. And that we only have to find the one prong that it's not substantially more detrimental than the existing nonconformity.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move that under 19050B for an accessory building, that if the building goes on the previous footprint, not sure whether it's represented by the site plan or the architecturals, but by the previous setback, by the previous foundation and slab, and does not encroach upon the side yard any greater than it did before it was damaged, that it is not more detrimental to the neighborhood. It is not increasing the conformity or more detrimental to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
I don't think we should reference either of the plans because there seems to be a discrepancy. And just say it goes on the old foundation.
Is that an amended motion?
No, he's just pointing out that he's not referring to the plans because they're both wrong.
Okay.
Or something's wrong.
Well, I wonder if the building inspector is going to want to write one.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, then do we need to say it has to be one story and?
Yeah, I mean, we could refer to the plans insofar as they visually illustrate what is planned, but there is a discrepancy with the setback. So unless they want to incur the expense of redrawing them correctly, at the very least, yeah, we're conditioning it. But I just wonder, Gail, if Ben's going to require a corrected drawing. You're on mute.
Oh, sorry. He may.
Yeah.
He may, I don't know.
So Ms. Rosales, you
He'll
may
want a
just be
new
prepared.
site. He'll want a new site. He'll probably want a
The
new
site plan,
survey,
yeah.
site plan.
Right.
Mike,
So you should just be prepared for that. Yeah, I'm sorry, Brian, go ahead.
no, I was gonna say, Mike, do you think it'd be difficult to get these guys to do a to fix it?
Yeah, I'll have to sue
Whatever it takes. Okay.
him. Yeah.
All right. But back to the motion. We had a motion. Amy, did you second it?
I did.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? All right, Jim, you're deferring this one as well.
Yes.
All right, Greg, batter up. Chip,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Greg,
We're waiting a long time for this. Yes.
and I vote yes, so that's unanimous. All right. So finding made, good luck to all of you. Hope it turns out well.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right. Have a good night and thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
Busy
Dave, did
agenda
you-
tonight. Yep,
Dave, did you email me or?
I did.
Okay, there it is. I was looking under, yeah. Trying to figure out where you did it.
Yeah, well, we do have a couple other matters first before we get to our board.
I know,
stuff.
but I gotta find it.
Yep, agreed. Thank you. All right, under other matters, 19, 12, 13, and 14, 291 Salem Street. We're discussing as-built plans and a certificate of occupancy potentially.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Brian McGrail on behalf of Delginda Man, one of the owners of the property. So to refresh the board's memory, we're trying to resolve the as-built drainage situation on the two lots at 289, 291 Salem Street. The planning board has jurisdiction of this project as well. We talked about modifying the plans. We talked about building them in conformance. This has kind of been on all over the road. It's somewhat difficult because we have two boards, and my client didn't build it according to how it was supposed to be, which is the real problem. But we're all trying to row in the same direction to get this done. So we had a site visit last week that included Bill Renault, the town engineer. It included our new site civil engineer, Jack Sullivan, Paul Finocchio, our surveyor. It included Eric Sherman, assistant town engineer. It included zoning board member Jim McBain on behalf of your board. It included two planning board members that attended. So people really put a lot of time in. And we walked the site in detail, hoping to find that it had kind of come into compliance because we're looking to get a partial release of one of the lots, that being the front lot 289, because the people who were buying it have been waiting for months to close and move. They're basically homeless. And what we found is that it's not in compliance, and we were all in agreement on that. What we also found with the engineers walking, it's not in compliance from perspectives that not only the drainage, but there's some landscaping mistakes that Jim pointed out that have to be corrected on trees and the way they are planted. But what all the engineers agreed was the positive thing is that Jack Sullivan is doing some redesign work. It's not a major effort to get the system to work how it should. And actually the redesign is going to be better than the original. Everybody agreed on that, including the town engineer, because we're going to end up putting a drainage pipe in instead of these cross-country swales for people's yards and around, up and down and all over. And so that's in process. Jack Sullivan is redesigning that. The planning board, I met with them last night. They're very happy with that. They actually said, we're comfortable enough that once Bill Renault, town engineer, approves it, start construction on the new on what he agrees the final design should be, and don't waste your time coming back to us. We'll need to finally approve it, but get going on your construction to save time. So basically, that's where we are. So we will be back to this board with a modification for that change in the drainage, which this board, pursuant to as built, retained jurisdiction on anyways. And I'm sure Jim might want to add to this. The only thing I'm requesting tonight is, and the planning board voted to allow this at their meeting last night, where the people who are going to buy the front house don't have anywhere to live. I've talked to the building inspector, and he's willing to issue a temporary certificate of occupancy as long as the property is not sold, so those people can have a place to live and move in. There would not be a certificate of occupancy sought or issued until all the work that's approved is completed. So that's where we are. Jim, do you have anything that you want to add? Did I?
Well, you already mentioned there's about 3 trees basically that were put in properly, but there's also a lot of ground cover that they said, the builders basically had said that they had ordered basically, and that's got to go in. So there's a certain amount of planting. There's bushes that are dead that have to be replaced, and the additional planting that hadn't been set. So there's a cluster of that stuff that's got to be taken care of across the whole project.
Brian, can I just ask a question? What I heard is Ben's gonna issue a temporary C of O,
Mhm.
but they're not buying the property.
Correct.
So they cannot sell the property or buy the property until all the work is complete.
Correct.
Okay.
They're basically renting.
Yeah, so they're gonna lease and move in, Brian, is that?
Yeah, like a use and occupancy, Greg. you know,
Okay, yeah.
That they,
And then,
Yeah, I guess I'm just,
then when
I
they
wanna
close,
make,
they close.
because I've walked this property a couple times with Jim as well, and he was at the big meeting. I fortunately missed that. But I just want to make sure that it doesn't get sold till all the work is done.
well, that was the town engineer's in agreement with that, Chip, because he's concerned that once it's sold, then the people that buy it won't want that work to be done, or, you know, it's.
Correct.
You to do the work.
Or something will happen.
Yeah.
I should also note that probably has to be all rehydroseed, because after they get through with this, never mind the fact they got poor growth, but it's gonna have to, something's gonna have to be done with grass.
Well, it's gonna get all dug up or scraped anyways, pretty much, right, Jim?
Yeah.
Well, at least half of it, yeah.
All right, so Brian, what exactly do you need? Do we need to
I don't
send a
know.
letter?
I
Do
mean,
we need
you
a
know, I
motion,
talked to the
or is
board,
it just?
so basically, you know, the discussion with the planning board last night, and they was gonna write, they were willing to write you a letter saying that, you know, they support it, and you know, there's really no condition in the planning board decision or your decision. But there is a condition, it has to be built according to plan, which it wasn't, and that you have to provide an as-built plan, but there's nothing in there per se about occupancy permit. So I don't think, you know, really, I question whether a vote is required. It's more that, you know, if the planning board decided to vote to say that they had no issue with it, just to put it on record, I guess I would appreciate that. But we really just want to be able to go to Ben and to the town engineer and say, both boards don't have a problem with that concept. As long as it's not sold, until all the work is done, then they're fine with the temporary CO, and the planning board was fine with that.
Is this almost just like a letter, like, I mean, on a very smaller scale that we did with Foundry Street, and say, you know, once we got the agreement ready, Brian?
Yeah.
You know, we just said, hey, we're good with it. I mean, if I was, and the only reason I'm thinking is that almost more official than a vote, because he doesn't see a vote. It's just you saying, yeah, they took a vote.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Greg, that, you know, maybe the chair could just send a letter and say, you know, and Dave, I could help with that, and basically
Not to put Dave on the spot, but.
well, I mean, yeah, that it's, you know, the board had no issue with a temporary CO issue as long as the property is not sold or transferred until the engineering is approved and the work completed.
And then there's something actually on file for that too, so.
I agree with that, Greg. Thank you.
All right. So let's work offline on that one. Anyone have any concerns with that approach? No?
I move that we give the chairman permission to write the letter saying that we have no problem with the approach to this property as stated.
Second.
That way it's on record.
Super. Any discussion?
That way it's your ass in the fire.
What else is new? Chip, are you in favor of that motion?
I am in favor of it full-heartedly.
Amy?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Super, I am too. Okay, Brian, we'll work offline on that one. All right, we're all set there?
Yeah.
Okay. 168 Albion Street, AKA used to be 178 Albion Street, just so you know, they changed addresses. NRP Harvard Mills, review and discuss signage. So we have a sign package, right?
We have a sign package. Good evening. Thank you all for letting us join your busy schedule this evening. I'm, for the record, Mark Schraberg with the NRP Group. I am the Senior Vertical Design and Entitlements Manager for NRP. Would like to fulfill the condition of our approvals by presenting our signage package to you this evening for review. We're happy to run through the design with you guys. There are a few signs that don't quite meet the regulations for signage. We can go over those and discuss those quickly. They're minimally over the square footage allowances, depending on how we categorize them.
Did we get this sent to us?
Yes,
Yes. We-
Gail forwarded it to us.
Must have missed it.
And I quite frankly have not looked at it because it's not in the overlay district. But I was hoping that the presentation would happen so I'd clearly understand what it's all about, because the key plan doesn't work for me, basically. But anyway, so I'd just like them to, for everybody to see what's there, and then I'll go over the calculations to determine where the issues are, because they will be asking, they will have to basically come to us to ask for some relief.
So I guess the question, Mr. Chair, I asked that at 11:07 PM. Can we tape? I mean, I don't know. My head's not into thinking calculations. What do you want? Just a quick presentation so that you can get your head around it? Okay.
All right. With the understanding, we may have to come back on this just to close if there's any questions.
Yeah.
But when you say, Jim, they may have to come to us, you're saying the design review board.
Variance.
No, just to this.
Not
board.
in the district.
Just for
Oh.
variances. Whether they're over the signage limits, whether they got too many signs. And the other thing is, I think that this needs to be they show signs for both the garage and the mill. And to me, they're two different packages, should be separated by address.
Okay.
We could absolutely do that if that is what works best for all of you. I'm happy to do so. So we have presented here in enough time to allow for, future discussion or variance, discussion. That's perfectly fine.
So do we want to time box this, board members, just in the interest of time?
Well,
you think you can go through it?
They have a 15-minute presentation on signage.
Can we spend 15 minutes and go through the page? I know there's several pages.
Sure, we'll go through quickly, and if you need me to stop or ask a question, please do so.
Great. You should be able to share your screen.
Okay, let me just make sure I get the right one here.
I assume the remaining folks on the call here are members of the team as well.
Yes, so we have John Shipe and Janice Carroll joining us as well.
Welcome. Thanks for your patience tonight.
Okay, do I have the right screen there? Sorry, I can't quite tell.
Garage plan.
Okay, that's the one. Thank you. Okay, so here's our kind of key for the garage plan. We have some signage over the entry on Foundry, some signage at the pedestrian door on Foundry, some signage above the entry on Maple, the vehicular entry on Maple, and then some various signage for the interior of the building here in this package. We'll zoom out and do the Maple Street first here. Basically Harvard Mills and Grayson Lofts parking, addressing, who is to be using the garage at the Maple Street entry. This does meet the regulations currently on the books.
Well, Jim will be the judge of that. But no.
Okay, absolutely, sure. Please do verify.
I trust
Jim.
what you're saying, but that's why Jim wants to go through them himself.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Foundry Street entry, very the same signage as what we just saw at Maple Street, above the vehicular entry. At the pedestrian entry on Foundry Street, we've included a guest parking identification sign. This particular sign is over the 2 square foot that we understand is allowed for traffic control, if that's indeed how this is labeled as a traffic control sign. Various interior signage. We've got electric vehicle identification for electric vehicle parking. Of course, our accessible parking identification. and our visitor-only parking, which will be on the first floor, very similar to how the garage is used today, off of the Foundry Street entrance. So that's the garage package. Very, simple designs. You had seen, I believe, signage when we went through our approvals, just as a placeholder. And this, of course, is our finished signage package for the garage. If there are no questions on the garage, I'll go on to our exterior signage package, a little bit more exciting for our building. We believe that this keeps with the character of the mill building, the character of Wakefield, and of course has a little bit of a tip of the hat to the history of Harvard Mills itself. And all of this signage was shown previously in our entitlements packages when you guys reviewed them a year and a half ago now. The Albion Street sign with the Albion Street address, very simple signage on Albion Street to identify that the building on a low concrete landscaping wall. Previously, this sign was not just an address sign. I think we had a leasing sign here. We decided that the address was a little bit nicer treatment for this particular location. This gives you a little bit of a detail as to how the canopy signage will be created. It is a aluminum canopy sign attached to the canopy. And here is how that will look on Foundry Street, on the Foundry Street canopy. This sign is lit, and there's a detail here showing how we intend to light the sign. Again, more attachment details here. And another elevation showing a little bit more about how that will look with the surrounding materials. Again, more signage specific to our entryway doors. This will be vinyl lettering on the glass entryway doors. Again, this is on the Maple Street side and labeled as a guest entrance. This is the Maple Street lot. We've got some visitor parking signs there, of course, our required handicap accessible identifications. These pictures are towards the parking lot, of course. The back of the signs are just a simple painted gray. Private parking for loading zone. We do have a loading zone in the Maple Street lot that is going to be used for loading on the Maple Street entry of the building. We felt like that needed identification of its own. The guest parking sign, this is actually on Foundry Street. It will be attached to the canopy in the building on Foundry. The front of the sign, so as you're going down Foundry from Albion Street, the sign will look like this. You'll see the arrow for the deliveries pointing you back to the loading dock on Maple Street. And then, of course, your guest parking will be across the street to the Foundry Street entry or to the Maple Street entry. From the other side, going towards Albion on Foundry, you'll see the guest parking pointing to the Foundry Street entry of the garage. So what I did skip over here was what I think is the most important part of our exterior signage package. And that is this courtyard sign. Previously, this is what we had presented to you. We knew that we'd like some signage on this courtyard wall. The material for this wall is actually, if you'll remember, the subfloor or the wooden tongue and groove floor that was in the building originally. It's about a 3-inch thick tongue and groove spruce pine fir. We're going to be repurposing it for use on the exterior courtyard sign. We're going to keep the character. We're not painting it. We're only going to seal it against the weather. And what we're proposing to do, what we'd like to do, is add a little bit of signage on this face of that courtyard wall facing the Albion Street proper, with some lighting, very understated, just identification. If you're coming down from the train tracks, you'll be able to see that as you get closer to the courtyard area. The central sign, which we had talked about putting signage on before, we've really tried to tie in some of the history of the building. Of course, our branding for the mill itself and the apartments. We have tried to take a page from the history books with the weaving pattern, kind of signifying the history of the mill and the industry that was there. This really nice picture comes from a postcard from when this was operating as a mill. And I believe this is actually retail space, which of course doesn't exist now, this kind of connector that would have connected the east and west mills. So we felt like adding this, and this would be hand painted onto the historical material and sealed so that it maintains its look throughout the years. We felt like that is a nice touch to bring all of this, kind of weave all this together. So that's the central sign. And then on the small return wall that goes kind of back towards the east mill building and before the courtyard width kind of chokes down as you go back into the courtyard, we've added another piece of history here. I don't know how many of you know the story of Elizabeth Boyd and her bell, and maybe it's a romanticized story, but I think it's a very neat story. The story goes that when Elizabeth was on her deathbed, her partner kept the bells ringing for work and for break in the mill, even though it was in the midst of the Depression. Of course, no one was working. The mill was closed down or on very shortened hours, but her partner felt like it would increase her spirits to keep that bell ringing regardless. And we thought that was a nice story, so we've included it here. And not only that, we've included a bell, and the bell will actually ring. We're going to put a rubber ringer in there so it's not a nuisance. And of course, if it does become a nuisance, we'll remove that striker altogether. But we thought that this was a very nice way to pull in the history of the building. Of course, this is going to be open to the public. There's nothing stopping people from coming up and reading the plaque, looking at the sign, ringing the bell. If you, of course, have your memorial tree at the opening of the courtyard. So we believe that this really helps to tie everything together, ties in the history of the mill, and the historic nature of the building to Wakefield today. So with that, that's really the package. I'm happy to answer any questions I can. And thank you for your attention at this late hour.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
Does this affect this new layout of signage? Does this affect the landscaping at all in this area? Mark? Mark,
I think we lost Mark.
he just fell out of his chair.
Let's hope not.
I think he did. Well, that's not good.
Well,
Maybe he's-
this is John. I can.
I was gonna say, can somebody else jump in?
Yeah, this is John. No,
here he comes.
it doesn't, is Mark, are you back?
Go ahead, John. Keep going.
Yeah.
please. Yeah.
It doesn't really affect the landscaping. It kind of complements the existing proposed landscaping.
I remember this sort of sign more to the front of the building, basically, in the original rendering. So that's why I asked the question. The other part was, I think that I'd have to go back and look, but there were some banners or something like that, I think, along the garage going down the street. Some sort of, and I don't remember whether there was any, it was just a discussion basically to break up the surface. And I'm wondering whether there's any signage going on those or whether those have disappeared.
I think you might be referring to the, are you referring to the banners that might hang from the light poles?
Well, and maybe it was the light poles. There was something going on along the edge of the garage, but it might have been the light poles, yeah.
Yeah, and we still plan to work with the city on that, with the town
Okay.
on that.
So the assumption is the city will provide something.
I believe that what we've done so far is talk to the city about making sure that the light poles can accommodate some banners. And that, you know, if we talk to the city and they're okay with it, then we would be the ones hanging the banners with the approval.
All right. That's all.
Sorry, everybody, I'm back here. I can hear you all now.
Thanks. We got concerned. Looked like you fell off your chair.
I was trying to sort out my speakers, yes.
There we go. Okay. Anything else, Jim, or other members?
No.
All right, so this is good to visualize and review kind of where you're coming from. As you said, I think we want time to digest it. Jim will run his numbers, I'm sure. And then come back. Do you want 2 weeks, Jim?
Yeah, till the next meeting.
Yeah.
I might, if I don't know who to talk to, whether it's Mark or one of the others, basically, but I might want to converse through email, basically, a bunch of questions or
Sure.
other things that I might have.
Yeah, Jim, either myself or Janice can field questions for you, and if you could copy both of us, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else, board members, for now? All right. All right. Well, thanks. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Brian, I think Brian's gone, so I think it's just us for the most part. Okay. So clerk and board comments. So I can share now a little bit.
Just what were you saying? Happy birthday?
It's almost over.
I was just gonna say, it's almost not your birthday.
Yeah, I know.
I think we've done this before on your birthday.
I think so too.
And I think we went past midnight that night too.
Probably.
We might
We'll
get
get too old for this.
We might get in under the wire. Okay. So this is our current rules that were filed with the town clerk back in 2000. I'm showing paragraph 7 here, where we authorized at that time, Jack, Roberto, or that board did, the authority to approve or deny continuation extension stuff in accordance with 19050, right? But 19050, even though it has A, B, and C, only paragraph A mentions that determinations could be made by the Board of Appeals or the zoning administrator. And it specifically calls out pre-existing single and two-family homes. So really, this is a 19050A. I brought up earlier, somebody asked about whether we could have done it with that other project with the garage on B. the bylaw says the Board of Appeals has to make that finding. It doesn't mention the ZA, so it just doesn't, it doesn't offer that. So I think we still stick with paragraph A. It does relieve us from reviewing some of these matters that he could easily do. The one thing I wanted to bring out, and I put it in my email, was either Gail or Jim or Chip. I'm drawing a blank as to, you know, obviously I wasn't on the board then, where the nature of paragraph B might have come into play to approve changes to site plans, which in his opinion, improve the plan and further the goals set forth in 193, which is like the intro paragraph to zoning. So I'm just not sure where this comes from or how it's ever come into play, but town council questioned whether we really wanted to continue this one. So does it ring a bell with anybody, like where this would have come from, or whether?
I think it probably was there way back when.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think we put it in.
Yeah, it's just no other bylaw. I mean, the bylaw.
What is 190-3?
It's like, this is the zoning bylaw.
It's the purpose, yeah.
Purpose of this chapter is to promote the health, safety, convenience, and general welfare of the inhabitants of the town. So it's like the intro to what this whole 190 is about, all the bylaws. So it's just
Yeah,
an
and I
interesting.
don't think, I mean, this is pretty broad. I don't think
Right.
to
I think that's
approve
what Tom-
changes to site plans,
Right.
Catch all.
which in his opinion would further the goals. No, take
There
B
must be
away.
there must be some history here that maybe it did make sense when they did do this back in 20 years ago, but I can't think of a reason why we'd still want to keep it in there.
I would suggest maybe you talk to Brian, because he knows a lot of the back history. He might have an idea as to why this exists.
I'm not sure I even want to go that far, to be honest with you.
Dave, did you say town council you've already questioned? Like, I mean, he's our council. I don't know if we want to actually talk to.
Right.
someone
No,
who
our town
represents-
council,
Yeah,
town council said,
Yeah.
by the way, it also has this other paragraph, and I'm not sure, you know, it's totally up to you, but I'm not sure that is something you would want to continue to do.
Like it.
It looks
Yeah.
like the bylaw review committee probably missed it too because it says his.
You're right, Amy.
In their opinion, correct. All right,
Oh,
so given that, again, I drafted a motion and gave it to Chip that would
That
be
doesn't
something that
have
we,
it, right?
it doesn't, it references the Mass General Law and our section 194. And it would grant to Ben these powers that would then go to the town council. Steve said if we do this tonight, he could get it on the town council's agenda for April 26th. They would confirm the appointment. I'll probably pen a letter just stating it such, so it gives them some paperwork. And then we would follow up with our rules, which I want to get to next, but at least we can do this first. Because this is the rules, right? This whole document is the rules. But first we approve Ben, and then that becomes part of one of the rules. And then we go through the rest of them, which we will do in a future time. But why don't we start with the motion unless anyone else has any questions?
I just have another question. So in number 7, when it's saying to him, is that referring specifically to Ben, or is that him in general? That's just how it was written at the time.
We don't say to him, we actually say to Ben.
Okay, so but this document, this is specifically about him, or this is just the rules in general?
These are the rules in general.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Should that say to them?
Where are you?
Changing
That
the
would
rules.
change.
Huh?
We're not talking about changing the rules. Don't read this as the motion. This is not the motion.
Right.
Okay.
You'll hear the motion soon.
Okay.
When we update this rules document, it will say the building inspector, Ben, you know, is approved as the zoning administrator,
Oh, okay. Okay.
and
That's
and
what
we'll use generic pronouns.
okay.
There are no pronouns in the whole thing.
Well, not in the motion, but when we do the rules, if it's structured this way. But anyway,
Right.
we'll work that out later, to Amy's point. All right. Any other questions about doing this? All right, Chip.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 48, Section 13, and zoning bylaws, Section 190-4, that the board appoints the Wakefield building inspector, currently Benjamin D. Cristoforo, to serve as the zoning administrator, and to delegate to the zoning administrator the power to determine under Mass General Chapter 40A, Section 6, and zoning bylaw Section 190-50A, whether a proposed reconstruction, change, extension, or alteration to a pre-existing non-conforming single or two-family residential structure would increase the non-conforming nature of any said structure. That is my motion.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion on the motion?
Dave, did you get that? Did you say you got that from Tom? He's comfortable that that's only to Ben. Anyone new would have to be reappointed. The reason I ask is we delegate to the zoning board or whatever he is, the building inspector, and then say who currently is. Should it be the current building inspector?
No, he recommended we call him out by name.
Yeah. No, agreed. But we don't. We might be getting too.
It doesn't have to necessarily be the building inspector, Greg.
No.
You
Understood.
could be the zoning administrator.
No, I guess that's not my question. Where the wording of the motion said we delegate to the building inspector who is currently Ben.
Yeah.
But that it doesn't mean, in my mind, that doesn't mean we're delegating it only to Ben, who is right now. We're delegating it to anyone. The way that reads to me is we're delegating it to anyone who is the building inspector. It currently happens to be Ben.
The board appoints the Wakefield building inspector, Benjamin D. Cristoforo,
I like
to
it that
serve
way
as the
better.
zoning administrator.
Yeah, I
I
like
thought
it
that's
that
the
way.
way. Yeah, I
No,
thought that's what.
Chip said who currently is, which
Oh.
in my mind would mean you're appointing it to the building
Okay,
inspector.
so maybe I added words. The actual, I'll read it again. Pursuant
I
to
think it's
MGL
important.
Chapter 40A, Section 13, and zoning bylaws, Section 190-4, I move that the board appoints the Wakefield building inspector, Benjamin D. Cristoforo, to serve as the zoning administrator, and to delegate to the zoning administrator the power to determine under MGL Chapter 40A, Section 6, and zoning bylaw Section 190-50A, whether a proposed reconstruction, change, extension, or alteration to a pre-existing non-conforming single or two-family residential structure would increase the non-conforming nature of said structure.
That's your amended motion.
Yes.
Second.
All right, so under discussion, yes, I drafted it based on what was here today and getting the wording and everything, and sent it to town council. He said, looks good, perfect, and it was his recommendation that we name him specifically. So that if a new one comes along, and the reason we didn't name him sooner is if a new one comes along, they need time to acclimate to the role, to the job, and then we would make that separate appointment at a due time, and then update the rules accordingly.
Yeah. No, wholeheartedly agree. Just the way it was last was it could have been any building inspector.
Yep. Chip improvised a little bit, and it sent us down off the rails a little bit. We're getting back on. All right.
Great.
Yeah. All right. Any other discussion on the motion? All right. This one. Chip.
Yes.
Amy.
Yes.
Jim.
Yes.
Joe.
Yes.
Tom.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. And I vote yes as well. It is unanimous. So I will pen a letter tomorrow. We'll get it on the town council agenda, and it'll be certified or confirmed, hopefully at their April 26th hearing. All right, next item relates to the rules themselves. Again, we're not going to update them tonight. Fear not, as I said in my email. But what I wanted to understand from, and I sent you the Linfield one too, because Tom Council serves them, and it's very detailed. Plus our application, again, if you've read that, we include timing, we include costs, and we include a bunch of information in here. So my question to you basically is, how much detail do we want in our rules? You know, I started down the path of just updating what we had, and I started to fold in some of the stuff from Linfield, So I thought, oh, that might be nice to have. Then I realized like there's 10 pages here. And I don't know if I want to keep going down that path and recreating a whole bunch of bylaw stuff in our rules. And I thought the intent of the rules were mainly like the unwritten stuff, like the stuff that isn't already documented. You can say, here's how we operate, like give us your plans Fridays before, and here's the zoning administrator, and oh, by the, whatever. So I'll just back up here. How much detail, rules of operation not documented elsewhere. And again, we can tease those out. I don't think they're meant to replace, and I think they state that up front. They're not meant to replace. So I don't want to spend a lot of time duplicating. But maybe some of them are key because, again, I don't think all people necessarily go read all the bylaws, but maybe they'd want to understand our basic rules. So there might be a few things we would want to tease out, like the purpose of the ZBA to begin with, and that we operate under, section 40 of the Mass General Laws, our chapter. And our application, as I said, has a lot of info for petitioners. So again, how much do we really want to repeat in our rules? So, but our rules do get filed with the town clerk. So it is a separate document and it has its own purpose. So I guess just something to contemplate. Again, there's no timeline here. We don't have to do this like by the next meeting or anything. Certainly we're going to be plenty busy and we can work the details offline. I can send them around. And when we feel like we got something, we can bring it to, discussion at a hearing in the time and vote on,
So Dave, the complaint that I'm hearing from Gail is the number of documents that are being sent around or having to be sent or brought in by people that are filing, basically, and she has to deal with them, getting them out and everything else, when in fact we have a much more efficient process where in fact it's all electronically sent to everybody. They have a copy. If they want a hard copy, I suppose they can get one, but does anybody want really hard copies except myself and the file?
No.
Maybe yourself, so let's stop cutting trees and send PDFs. And Gail doesn't have to do all the mailing basically that she has to go through and everything else. All of that work that has to happen. We don't have to go that far.
And that's helpful to the applicant too, because it's already costing them, enough money to file and then.
Well, the heck with the applicants.
Yeah, Amy, they don't pay that much. We're always, we don't make any money off of the applicant. Their fees should, that's a whole nother matter.
Okay.
Yeah, these big projects, they pay good money, but these little mom and pop ones are what's sinking us. They don't pay enough. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We could relieve of a lot of work, basically, if we can just narrow this down to a few copies, period.
No, okay, point taken. And Erin brought it up again today because the planning board had the same comment, because the bylaw says if you're doing a Board of Appeals, you got to have 20 copies. If you're planning board, you got to do 17 copies. So it's going to take a bylaw change too to really clean up that part of it. But our rules could say we need this 3 hard copies and a PDF, right, or something. And
well, we could also immediately help her by saying, don't bother to send us any hard copies.
Well, can we say that right now without rules, that Gail doesn't need to send internally hard copies?
We just say we don't want them, send us PDFs, period. I will tell her to keep my copy. I'll go down and pick it up, basically. The rest of them, basically, just send us PDFs. We don't need them.
Well, until we get
We have to change the bylaw, and I have to get police, everybody else on board, but I can see it happening and going in that direction, but we do have to change the zoning bylaw before we can. Erin checked even with Tom Mullen, and he said that until we change the bylaw, we can ask people now for PDFs, but they don't have to give them to us because it's not in our bylaw. So.
And at the end of the day, we still need a couple paper copies for the building department, for the town clerk.
Yeah.
And Jim.
I don't know, I still like Quantum Powered. I need a big set. I can't look at that stuff on.
And that's fine. Yep. Like the board,
I
have a hard copy, and me and the town clerk, but for fire, planning board, there's no need for 25 copies.
Your problem, Chip, is I'm not your secretary anymore.
We're gonna start meeting together so that you can have all my stuff.
So I'll
We're
work
gonna
something in
have the
there.
two-person.
You know, the number of days might be good to, it is now 100 instead of 90. So I'll go through this again. It's getting late. We don't want to spend too much time. I'll take a swipe at putting in what is relevant. Again, I'll draw from those documents. Gail, I'll sync with you because I just want to get the numbers right in some of these. But it's just finding a balance by the basic rules that help us operate and we can share with anyone that needs to know, but it doesn't repeat a whole lot of bylaw stuff.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, Dave, I thought Linfield was more like a guidebook, and I don't think we need to go. It was like, you have to meet this to get a variance.
We at some point, we talked about having something Gail could hand to people saying, you need to get a variance, this is what you need to do. We worked on that a
We
while,
could put something on our webpage.
like 5 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm, yep.
Might have been 10 years ago now, Gail.
Mm-hmm, yep. And we could put this on the webpage, and so it would avoid a lot of phone calls to me too, because a lot of people just go on and they read those damn instructions and they're wrong too. That's why they have to be changed.
so these are the instructions. This is the form that is on our website.
Mm-hmm,
It does have instructions. It does have fees.
mm-hmm.
It does have submissions of 25 copies. Right?
Does it say that?
Yeah, right there, number 1, 25 copies.
You're not sharing your screen.
Oh, I am, but I shared
I
it.
thought it said 17 copies.
The bylaw said that. I was sharing not my screen, I was sharing a document. Can you see that now?
Yep.
So this is the form when you go to our ZBA page.
Yeah.
This PDF is attached there with instructions. It has the actual application, right? This is the one we worked out with.
Yeah.
Who was it? This is the new application.
That's right. Yep.
This is when we did it.
Yeah. We did it. But that's when Brian Falvey was on. Yeah, we did this. And then when Jen,
That's when we redid our fees.
yeah, and our communications director put it on. So, you know, she put it on our webpage so people could type on it on the form and everything. She prettied it up for us. Yeah.
Yeah, so for a special, see, I don't know what's the difference between 1 and 2. Anyway, so we might want to look at this too, because it says 25 copies. In cases where
Yeah,
it's filed
I
as
did
required by
see that.
zoning code for special, site plan approval variant.
Site plan and special permit.
And this says special permit variance or appeal of a building inspector, we need 17. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's some there's some conflicting. And then it mentions planning board, but again, this is for a board of appeals, 30 days to investigate. So again, the Linfield one gave this whole page of a timeline, which I could see being helpful to people that just don't know. They file and then what happens, and it has to be so many days out, and then there's so many days for the appeal period, and et cetera, and then 30 days for the building inspector to, you know, whatever, do their thing. So the timeline could be helpful, and they may not get that from just reading unless we summarize it somewhere. And then public notice, abutters. I mean, this is all in just.
This is planning and us.
Yeah, although it says Board of Appeals application on the file name, but
That's how it is in our bylaw.
yeah.
Pretty sure.
Right, because we have narrowed down quite a bit over the years what we allow planning to do.
Right, but also you can see this is just paraphrasing sections of the bylaw,
Yeah.
right? Site plan review, so it's kind of just pulling out pieces that they think appeals, withdrawal, so it's pulling out the relevant sections, but again, I don't see the need to, you know, we might even want to clean this up a little bit too as part of this, but I just don't see the need to repeat it in the rules. If we can refer to this application, if we can refer to certain sections of the bylaw that might be relevant, if we're teasing out some parts of it. So I don't know if anyone else wants to work on this. I would be happy to.
Greg has plenty of time till May.
Tons of time.
Otherwise, I will continue what I started to draft and I'll send it around. I may start with Gail just to get ourselves in sync, and then I'll send it around. Fair
Ask
enough?
it to the attorneys.
Yep. Yep.
The attorneys or Tom Lucy, one or the other.
Yeah,
Tom
how's
sits quietly
I
by,
was gonna say, Tom,
not
no,
volunteering for anything.
this is more Tom's area. He is an applicant in many respects in his own
Many
job,
respects.
so he can.
Right,
do
Craig,
that.
I'm
Yeah.
with you. Maybe this is all Tom.
Yeah, send it to Tom.
I'm busy working on certain campaigns.
for a 1-year appointment. Big deal.
Oh, my God.
All right.
Still-
All right, more on that later, but we had to do the ZA first and we did that, so thank you. Item 6, approval of minutes, March 10th.
24th, I think, right?
March 24th. Oh,
Uh-oh.
See how
Slipping.
on top of my game I am, Dave?
Even at midnight.
Getting second
Not
wind.
quite yet. I move that we approve the minutes of March 24th. And I have why do we need minutes if we're totally recorded at this?
I don't know, but it's
But
a lot
anyway.
of typing. I know.
Anyway, because you did such a great job, I still approve them. I move that we approve them.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I think that
Aye.
I'm yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Tom,
Yep.
Mike,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
and I, yes, thank you. They get
Next
posted on the
time, Gail.
website. It's still,
Just-
I think we have to do it even though we're Zoom, because that won't last.
Just
We'll be
say,
back.
Gail, just say as heard in the recording. Da, da, da.
I know. I'd love to.
All right, any other topics tonight, board members?
Oh, you want to go, Jim?
Have you heard from, on 500 about the trees on the sidewalk? And, they were going to get back to us as to public trees and public sidewalks?
I have not.
500?
No.
Okay.
You're still looking it up.
Just
The other-
seeing if I, yeah, go ahead. I just think, I thought I had one thing.
The other thing is that Chip and I still have to arrange for a meeting on 2737 water.
We don't have to arrange it. They need to arrange a meeting with us.
Well,
Right,
they,
no.
they gave us three times basically, but we didn't answer them, so we have to.
Is it we didn't answer them or they didn't answer us?
No, we didn't answer them.
So I'm glad you brought it up. That was the one I was forgetting and trying to remember. So after the last hearing, or maybe it was 2 meetings ago, we did drop the one on 69 Foundry, and that got reviewed with town council, and we vetted that, and that got filed. At the same time, we said, well, let's do the similar one that was being requested by 27 and 37. But it got to the point where, hey, the work's almost done and spring's here, and just get it done. And town council even reached out to me and said, we probably don't want to make a habit of this. I think it's incumbent upon the developers to get the job done if they want their occupancy, and not for the board to bend over backwards to make accommodations and put bonds together, which might even be hard to, like he brought up all kinds of points, like what if they defaulted and then the town has this bond? It's like, he brought up all kinds of points. Greg, you may have heard some of this. So it's like, it can get,
Well,
it
it's the
could
points I
get
was bringing
messy
up.
if they
Yeah,
don't do the work.
And there's no recourse. We really have no recourse if they don't do the work.
Right. And I said, I did say that we typically only go down this road with landscaping, because these projects could run for months and then they end in the winter, and we have a condition that just gives us a little bit of protection, and they agree to finish it in the spring. And they agree to have a bond. And I said, I think typically it's the attorney setting up an escrow and just putting money aside from the developer.
But I don't know that we've ever had proof that it's ever happened.
Or that we've had to execute it because they didn't do the work. I think for the most part, it's just a protection. They do something, we believe they do. I'm pretty sure Cumberland Farms did it, because I think that gentleman was.
Yeah, because they actually asked us to release it.
Correct. So but again, he just said he reminded us that it's an area we probably don't want to get into too often. The landscaping one might be a reasonable one, given the timing of project being finished. And it doesn't seem fair to hold up an occupancy for 5 months because they happen to end in December and they can't do anything till May or April. But other than that, like these things, we were asking about holding back 5 units for Foundry, and this thing about curb cuts. So back to the point, 27 and 37, I just told Mike, can we just get it done? Get it done and he'll get his occupancy, especially him, because he had to have a cease and desist because he was doing things that he wasn't supposed to do. So we may, in hindsight, we probably should have just said, go finish the work and you'll get it, because we don't want to make any more accommodations here. So if you guys can arrange just to go out and maybe verify the landscaping. I told him to paint the no parking spots in front of Omelette Factory he does that striping and the landscaping, we can knock
He's
those
got
out.
curb work. He's got curb work to
No,
do.
no, I know, but he's got to work with the town on it. I'm saying if we could help knock off 2 items visually, just look at landscaping, look at the irrigation, look at that striping and that those no parking signs, spots, then he's got to work with the town on the curb cut. Exactly.
This project was a poster child for everything you don't want to do.
Yeah.
This project started before I got on the board. It's still
Right.
going on.
Yes. So just to update that's where I'm headed. I was not inclined to follow this through and set up a bond and a surety and vet this whole thing. I just said, Mike, work with your client. Let's get it done. And we don't need to do this.
Spring. It's spring. Get it
Exactly.
done.
Get it done. So if you guys can just arrange with them, maybe knock off 2 items, I'll push on Mike on where are we. But he did say that DPW's open up. They had like a moratorium till April 15th and to do this kind of work, but now that's tomorrow. And he said that they should be able to proceed. Just a matter of however the logistics got to get worked out there. But anyway, hopefully that one's, the end is in sight. That's all I had. Anyone else?
I just have 2 quick things. One, have we heard anything about in-person meetings yet?
No.
Nothing yet. Okay. And then just a quick question for everybody to kind of think about. With the bylaw that has the parking with the 1.5 spaces per unit, I'm wondering about doing a bylaw change and just kind of wanted to get people's feedback on that. Not necessarily tonight, but just something to think about going forward. So.
Like what?
Increasing it.
I mean, I think we need evidence from like VHB or somebody that, you know, I'm sure it's evidence-based somehow, not just somebody came up with the 1.5.
I think somebody just came up with the 1.5. I know lots of towns that are different.
Okay.
Like what? Like
Oh yeah,
not a
but I'm
standard.
sure. Yeah. I'm sure it's not a standard, but I'm sure each town probably employs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can say 5.
Yeah,
No,
I
I
think
think say a
each-
certain
yeah,
amount of visitor parking spaces.
Yeah,
Right.
No, I agree.
I think something needs to be done. I think we're all seeing this happen and it's.
But so Amy, I know you think something needs to get done. Why? I'm gonna be an ass.
No, that's fine. Be an ass. I don't care. No, it's just the
Where's the
building-
proof? There's not one of the there. We just asked Chief Scory tonight.
Mhm.
Do any of these people have problems with illegal parking or parking? And he said no.
He said
The
not with
only-
illegal parking, but he said there has been an increase in parking.
Oh, he said there's none of these projects have created any problems for him other than artichokes.
Illegal parking, right? But it doesn't mean that people can be parked legally and it's still hard for people to park places.
Should have been a garage.
There should have been a garage. That's the story for another day, Chip. You and I both know that.
Right, but I mean, everybody, what I get frustrated with, everybody says there's not enough parking. Yet
Right.
there's no proof, other than downtown and finding a place to park, that in any of these projects we've approved, that there hasn't been enough parking.
Right, but maybe it also can help. What my goal would be is to alleviate some of these larger scale buildings that are coming in. So if it's making it that you have to have 2 parking spaces instead of 1.5, then they're going to have to reduce their unit count.
So
That's
do
how I'm
something to
looking at it.
reduce the size, not think about parking. You gotta have proof that we need to do it. You're just trying to figure out a way to get smaller projects.
Yeah.
Well,
Through parking.
did anyone dial into the thing with or read up on the stuff the planning board and others are working on?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
They're
it's not
trying to
what
do
they're-
stuff around the lake.
Yeah.
Around, maybe they
Right.
lower the heights, but the height, even you saw by special permit, we can let them go higher if we think it's a
Right.
good project. If we think it's reasonable, we could vary them, right? With
Yeah,
with a
that
special
head of
permit.
the lake, I think we should go about 25 stories.
You're lucky you're on
It's-
camera right now.
Don't get started. We haven't
I'm
even
never
opened it
running
yet.
for anything, Amy.
Yeah. No, I'm saying because I'd be punching you if I was sitting next to you.
We haven't opened it yet, so we're not gonna go there. But
Yeah.
anyway, yeah, we can contemplate it.
Okay.
But you know the process, right? You'd have to.
Right.
figure
Oh,
out-
it'd have to go to town meeting. No, I know, but that's why. I
No,
just
no,
need to
we
kind of-
don't do bylaw changes.
No,
Planning
but
board does.
you'd have to do some investigation. What was the origin of the 1.5? Can we find any evidence that what it needs?
But
to
we'd
be?
have to do
You
it
have to
through
fund
the,
it.
would have to do it through the planning board.
It'd be planning and not the bylaw review committee?
No.
Correct.
Planning.
Okay,
Planning.
okay.
Even the bylaw review committee put everything through planning.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you could
And I
start with
think the
them. what they
bylaw
just proposed,
review
yeah.
committee's done.
There's
Is
one
it?
next year. There's one starting next year, I think.
Okay.
Another
Yeah,
one?
there was another.
I think so.
But their object was to clean up old crap that just sat
Yeah.
there. It didn't mean much anymore, you know?
Yeah, Chip, the new one is, because the last one said we're the bylaw review committee, but we're not gonna review the zoning bylaws, is what they said. So I think that's why there's one next year, that is to review the zoning bylaws.
So that's in a larger sense, I would say, I've taken a few notes. I'm sure Brian or even Mike, going through this for all their applicants could recommend some, and Brian's brought it up on other meetings.
Oh,
I
he's
know,
like,
about
this is the loophole, this is the,
this
yeah.
is ambiguous, this is conflicting, this language could be better, this could be better defined. So
Yeah.
I'm sure if we put our heads together and maybe work with that bylaw review committee, if that's what they're gonna look at, one of the areas, we could clean up some of the bylaws for sure. And but in
I'm
the
pretty
meantime,
sure
like,
that I won't get reappointed in another 3 years, so.
Yeah. but some of that could be, the fees, the number of copies, like those things are in the bylaws. So I mean, that could be part of it.
We got 3 more minutes to sing happy birthday.
No. It's over.
It's over. All right. Think we've done enough damage tonight.
Yep,
Mhm.
I move that we adjourn.
second.
Any discussion? All in favor, Chip,
Watch what happens.
Amy,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
and I vote yes. How about you, Gail? Birthday
Yes,
girl.
definitely,
Happy
definitely.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
Birthday, Gail.
Bye-bye.
All right.